What? Okay, it looks like we are successfully live. I don't know what's going on, guys. My system keeps crashing. I might have a problem. I sure hope not, but it's definitely possible. So I was going to do a music stream tonight, but I got home late from Cusco, and I have to meet with some people tomorrow about some events and get some networking done so that I can get out into the ruins with a local expert and organize the event and everything. So I'm gonna get up early, but I did get strings today. I did not get the repairs done. So those of you that have been pushing me to do that, I had to spend hundreds of dollars on the computer today. So yeah, I'm working on it, trust me, chipping away. But I'm starting to feel like one of those cartoon characters where, you know, they get shot up with a machine gun and all the like water spraying out of them everywhere and they just look like Swiss cheese. Can you guys hear me okay? By the way, I know it's really echoey in here, but when I was at the computer store today, I forgot to buy another Ethernet cable. So I'm still stuck out here in the main room by the window instead of in the office. Check this thing out though. Isn't that crazy? It's that Peruvian pura. You know what I'm saying? Actually, it's a potato of some kind, but it's not a potato. It's a tuber that if you break it open, it looks like a sea sponge inside. And you cook it for like 15 minutes and it tastes really weird. And it's like light as styrofoam. And then this one, I haven't tried yet, but you have to apparently soak it for 24 hours and then cook it for 5 minutes and eat it. So I'll keep you guys posted. There's all kinds of weird, like it feels like a rock. It's seriously like rock hard and a little bit heavier than this thing, which is, I mean, it's crazy. It's just like styrofoam and the inside is just like a sea sponge. So it'll be cool to see what's up with that stuff. Why is no one, okay, there we go. We got some people on the shorts feed. Don't be stingy with the like button tonight, you guys. I really appreciate your support. And join our Patreon. Couple men down this week. It's what happens if I get caught up and not consistent. It's my fault. But you get 4 years of access to secret streams and whatnot, and tons of, I mean, the wealth of information from the Masonic books alone is like mind-boggling. And that's not, you know, I'm not talking about my contributions even. Just the content of those books is pretty extraordinary. So. Last, I guess, the night before, oh, and by the way, I am scheduling the next music stream, the return of the music streams, even without the guitar repaired on Saturday night. So hopefully tomorrow, when I get back from PSOC, I will have, you know, at least some video of the town and the local indigenous people in their wild, beautiful, psychedelic colored outfits. And last time I was there, for some reason, there were a lot of Brazilian tribal people hanging around in their full regalia and everything. Not sure how that happened or why, but I guess I'll go over there and try to find out. Still not seeing any likes. Okay, so there you go. That's a little bit better. Why is this, man? All right, well, it seems like downloading Reaper, at least, updating Reaper fixed the crashes, so we're good. So we were talking about the Kybalion, and we were working our way through the Kybalion, and it's really interesting to me that these great works of occult or metaphysical knowledge, no matter how long you persist, it seems, at unraveling these things and decoding them, as you grow and mature, the material continues to deepen. Honestly, the Kybalion is very basic, occult metaphysics stuff. So it does that less than like the Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, for example. Or really, if you guys really want your mind blown in a way that you'll never recover from, that is, you know, really, really good and positive. But it's insane. If you don't know about Finnegan's Wake, you need to. It's very tedious, and it is a lifelong endeavor. It's not something that you just do. But it is a true testament to the fact that there is indeed some kind of universal mind that transcends the ordinary human. Because James Joyce was not fluent, but I don't know how you would say, like, He could read and write and understand 72 languages, including Quechua and Quechua, which are almost the same, but the language spoken by a lot of the indigenous people here in the Andes. And I'm sure I've explained this before on this channel, but the book starts in the middle of the last sentence, so it makes a complete circle that just never ends. It just goes around and around and around and around. And even the word that starts in the middle of the sentence, river run, implies that running around and around and around. I mean, it's so carefully constructed. And then if you read it in phonetically, it's English, sort of. Like, you can understand the sentences if you read it out loud, but nothing is spelled correctly because each syllable can be interpreted in several different languages, or as a historical reference, or as an occult reference, or it's insane. So then you could take one 3-syllable word and say you interpret the first syllable in Latin, and then the second in Greek, and the next in Quechua, you have a different word if you say it phonetically. And then you can string all those together and just extract entire paragraphs that, and it's deliberate somehow. And not only that, but there's a semi-coherent story, a plot of kinds, with 3 different levels of possible meaning. Is Finnegan dead? Is he reincarnated? Or is he dreaming? Or is he God, the God of the Aeon that's changing? Even the name of the book, Finnegan, Finn again, is double meaning. You know what I mean? It took him 18 years, and he did it all blackout drunk, James Joyce. So as far as like books that just never cease to keep unfolding, that is the craziest. It might be the craziest fucking thing that the human race has ever created. Really, I don't think most people can wrap their heads around what it is. Then there's all kinds of Kabbalistic secrets thinly veiled throughout the whole. It's absolutely insane. And apparently there were conversations between James Joyce and Carl Jung, which, to be a fly on the wall for that. But Joyce's daughter was schizophrenic. And Jung actually told Joyce, you guys actually have a similar state of mind, but you're swimming and she's drowning, is the primary difference. So, by the way, speaking of that, and authors that create works that'll just blow your mind to smithereens, Robert Anton Wilson wrote a book called Masks of the Illuminati. I think that's the one. I'm pretty sure it's Masks of the Illuminati. It might be Schrodinger's cat, but I think it's Masks of the Illuminati. And it's mostly a conversation between James Joyce, Albert Einstein, and I think Aleister Crowley, like sitting around at tea together. And then there's like all these little side missions that happen. Yeah, definitely all that stuff is worth checking out. But what you have to do with Finnegan's Wake is get a skeleton key or two. So Joseph Campbell, who was one of the greatest minds of the 21st century, a Harvard mythologist by trade, he also said, incidentally, that he, in all of his years of seeking, he saw real, undeniable natural magic twice, once at Grateful Dead concerts. And this is not a hippie. This is by the time he went to see the Dead, he was a 60-year-old Harvard professor, and in the jungles of Borneo. There's actually an interview with Garcia and Joseph Campbell that you can find on YouTube. It's the craziest thing. And he called the Grateful Dead the antidote to the atom bomb. And I know Garcia just had so much reverence for him because Garcia, when he was only 15 years old, and his writing partner, when they were still kids, would sit around and analyze Finnegan's Wake for fun. Compare that to kids scrolling through TikTok nowadays. I mean, yikes, right? But anyways, Joseph Campbell wrote a skeleton's key that kind of gives you some hints and clues and, helps you to decode the book. But generally what will happen is you'll get a few of those and stack them up on your night table, and then you have Finnegan's Wake next to it. And then if you're somebody like Timothy Leary or Robert Anton Wilson with an IQ around 200, you'll spend the next 50 years of your life until you die, several hours a day, chewing through this book and never running out of new stuff. So the question is, how did that happen? There's no way that a conscious human mind could engineer all that stuff and all those layers and everything. So the Wake is, definitely like one of the best examples of evidence for some kind of higher mind that we have that is like it's not subjective at all. It's there. It's an artifact. It's a thing. that exists. And interestingly, Robert Anton Wilson, who was, a huge advocate of the wake, the other best bit of evidence that we have for preternatural or precognitive capacities in a piece of literature is the pyramid that he gave the coordinates in the Illuminatus trilogy towards the end. And in 2003, I think, right before he died, they found a pyramid in that exact spot. The book was written in 1974. On top of that, part of the plot of the book is that the United States had started attacking its own citizens and buildings in order to justify passing surveillance technology and rescinding the Bill of Rights. Sound familiar? 1974, right? And that's not all. So, go check these books out. The Kybalion is great and all, but it's really a primer. It's like, this is like the foundations. And it's very good. It's a very, very solid, very, very solid book. I'm not sure exactly where we left off, but I'm going to, and by the way, you guys, this is definitely a very open live stream. Ask questions in the chat. I'll check in with both chats every once in a while, and see what's up with everyone. So let's see. Let's go back just a hair. The ancient Hermetists, what I would say Hermeticists, used the word meditation in describing the process of the mental creation of the universe and the mind of the all. And this is an important distinction, I think. It's poetic and poignant, because it's not exactly thinking it into existence, right? I have done a tremendous amount of interaction with this universal mind to try to figure out what is its level of cognizance, like how conscious is it, how deliberate. And what I've come to conclude is that it's largely sort of automatic, but that's kind of not right either. It undermines it a little bit, But if you think of the distinction of meditation as letting mind coagulate without disturbance, like a ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed nor wind to blow, that is how the consciousness is organizing the universe. This is why when we appeal to God to do something to prove its existence and nothing levitates, or because there is a consciousness integrated into it, but it is in process and it will not be disrupted, and it is sort of a subconscious or unconscious unfolding of this dream, I think. So they use the word meditation to describe how the mind of the all is generating this. The word contemplation also being frequently employed, but the idea intended seems to be that of the employment of the divine attention. Attention is a word derived from the Latin root meaning to reach out, to stretch out, and so the act of attention is really a mental reaching out, extension of mental energy, so that the underlying idea is readily understood when we examine into the real meaning of attention. The Hermetic teachings regarding the process of evolution are that the all, having meditated upon the beginning of creation, having thus established the material foundations of the universe, having thought it into existence, then gradually awakens or rouses from its meditation, and in so doing starts into manifestation the process of evolution on the material, mental, and spiritual planes successively in that order. And so one way that I can kind of elaborate on that, what's going on in Luminostic Mind, that reminds me, I got to tell you the story about what happened with me and her today. It was absolutely amazing. Okay, so I've had this issue with, it's like, there's obviously God, but there obviously is not God. And so what is that, And the conclusion that I've come to is that the consciousness that's integrated into the fabric of the universe is developing along with creation. Everything happens for a reason. One of the most important laws of creation is the law of necessity. Nothing just happens. Everything happens for a reason. There is purpose in all process, all of it, even in chaos. And so that's kind of what he's saying here, is that it's developing as a response and a reaction to its creation becoming more sophisticated and evolved. And Another idea that kind of goes along with this, he's talking about how when it really awakens, the process kind of changes. Hindu, the blinking of the eye of Shiva, the idea is that when God sleeps, the universe exists, and when it awakes, the universe is destroyed. And now we have quantum loop theory. I called it the Phoenix process before I was aware of any of this stuff. So it's this kind of idea that this nothingness became conscious, and that created duality, which then sent creation on this course of replication by means of reflection, and then once it runs out of potentials to fulfill, the process reverses and it collapses back into singularity and starts over again. So that's the indrawing and outdrawing, I guess, process that it's describing as I understand it. So, thus the upward movement begins, and all begins to move spiritward. Matter becomes less gross, the units spring into being, the combinations begin to form. Life appears and manifests in higher and higher forms, and mind becomes more and more in evidence, the vibrations constantly becoming higher. In short, the entire process of evolution, in all of its phases, begins and proceeds according to the established laws of the indrawing process. All of this occupies aeons upon aeons of man's time, each aeon containing countless millions of years, and yet the illuminated inform us that the entire creation, including involution and evolution of a universe, is but as the twinkle of the eye to the all. At the end of countless cycles of aeons of time, the all withdraws its attention, its contemplation and meditation of the universe, and the great work is finished. And all is withdrawn into the all from which it emerged. Now, remember this idea that your success will be your proof, okay? Somebody criticized that I wasn't able to actually give like real world examples of this stuff, which I absolutely call bullshit. I think he was trolling as hell. And the guy, I appreciate him. He's followed my channel forever, but I think all he ever does is troll. Why do you follow someone just to troll them? I don't get it. But anyways, this comment that he made, right? Remember, this book was written like 100 years ago. So they didn't know this yet. But if you consider the period after the universe dies, before the involution, before the collapse, according to theory, it's kind of like if a firework shoots off and there's just like this split second of color and then they all die out. That's what the universe does. It goes from like Big Bang to formation. And if you scale it down, the period where it's nothing but black holes is like a googolplex as long as the life of the living universe. And he says that the illuminated inform us that the entire creation is but as a twinkle of an eye to the all. So that's wild, because it's 100% accurate according to modern physics. Hey, what's going on? What does it mean to be schizoaffective or schizophrenic? Schizoaffective. I don't even remember what the schizoaffective. I know what essential schizophrenia is, and I was talking about that on a Luminostic Minds stream earlier today. By the way, if you guys haven't subscribed, you should, because I'm doing interviews with her and she's creating her own content. And schizoaffective disorder. Now you've got me curious. Schizoaffective is a mental disorder characterized by abnormal thought process and unstable mood. This diagnosis requires symptoms of both schizophrenia, usually psychosis, and a mood disorder. Oh, okay. Well, it probably means that you have some schizophrenia and that you have been through some trauma as well. But here's the thing about that. It's funny, we were just talking about this on the Luminostic Minds stream, but I have always felt that schizophrenics weren't just like nuts. In fact, even when I was a teenager, I would if I saw, in particular, this one guy that would hang around downtown a lot, I would go up to him and get into his world, into his space, and I could tell that it was not exactly just the products of an unhinged mind. I also had a guy lie to me about being schizophrenic because you can't have ayahuasca, so he lied, but it helped him. But also I was able to sort of get into his headspace on that occasion as well. And anthropologists actually call shamans, some of them consider shamans to be an essential schizophrenic, because they call it essential schizophrenia, because it's like a functional type. And so, my theory about it is that I am extremely mildly schizophrenic. That's how you would like a medical professional might evaluate it. I don't know if they would come up with that actually, but like my filters have never been all the way up, since I was a child. That's why I've always had that sort of intuitive voice and this weird kind of ability to decode the universe and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like my antennas are up a little bit higher than normal. And in the case of the schizophrenic that's overwhelmed, the filters are down too much. The reality, I think, is that psychedelics are being looked at to correct schizophrenia, and I think that it's very likely that even though they consider schizophrenia to be a chemical imbalance, that if you improve the hardware of the brain, it is better able to correct the filters. So I think it's something that has to be done very cautiously. I definitely wouldn't embark on this yourself. But I do think that psychedelic therapy ultimately will be able to at least modify schizophrenia so that it's manageable without all of these horrific medications. I've seen it with my own eyes, and there is research to that effect. So, and don't forget to hit the like button, you guys. Share, subscribe, consider supporting us on PayPal or Zelle or whatever. Demonetized, and that means I'm deprioritized. So we do appreciate your support. And so we're okay. So since we went off on that tangent, let me give you another one. So today I went to Cusco to spend an ungodly amount of money on a fucking charger for my laptop. And South America, man, electronics are insane. So I'm going back on the bus to Cusco, and Illuminastic Mind there, Miss Athena, we're texting back and forth about this stream we're going to do today, and she just happens to mention this twin flame cult, right? This specific weird fucking twin flame cult that is on Netflix right now. I get home, she sends me another message, and immediately afterward, I got a message from a representative from that fucking twin flame cult. Not even kidding. She can tell you, I forwarded it to her. What the hell is that? You know what I mean? Like literally the person that mentioned it today had just sent me another message, and then there was another like notification right behind it, and it was that cult, a rep from that cult, telling me they wanted to be my ascension advisor. Wow, man. All right. Yeah, and if I told a therapist about that or whatever, they'd probably be like, well, you need schizophrenia medication, motherfucker. All right, so what's going on with the creator and the illuminated and all that? The above illustration of the meditation and subsequent awakening from meditation of the all is, of course, but an attempt of the teachers to describe the infinite process by a finite example. And yet, as above, so below. The difference is merely in degree, and just as the all arouses itself from the meditation upon the universe, so does man, in time, cease from manifesting upon the material plane and withdraws himself more and more into the indwelling spirit, which is indeed the divine ego. There is one more matter of which we desire to speak in this lesson, and that comes very near to an invasion of the metaphysical field of speculation, and this is where we left off before. We allude to the question which inevitably comes to the mind of all thinkers who have ventured to seek the truth. The question is, why does the all create universes? The question may be asked in different forms, but the above is the gist of the inquiry, which is funny because I was thinking about this on the bus today. Everything happens for a reason. The law of necessity governs everything. So I was thinking about how if there are multiverses, they're intertwined. There's a reason for each one of them, and I think I actually sort of can visualize what it is, and it has to do with balance and different constituents of these different bubbles, different universes. It's like a structural thing, and we'll get deeper into that idea eventually. We allude to the question which inevitably comes to the mind of all thinkers who have ventured to seek the truth. The question is, why does the all create universes? The question may be asked in formas diferentes, But the above is the gist of the inquiry. Men have striven hard to answer this question, but still there is no answer worthy of the name. Some have imagined that the all had something to gain by it, but this is absurd, for what could the all gain that it did not already possess? Others have sought the answer in the idea that the all wished something to love, woo, and others that it created for pleasure or amusement, or because it was lonely, or to manifest its power, all puerile explanations and ideas belonging to children. Others have sought to explain the mystery by assuming that the all found itself compelled to create by reason of its own internal nature, its creative instinct. This idea is an advance of the others, but its weak point, on and on. So let me just give you my 2 cents, because certain lineages of which we know but do not speak basically say that there were 2 options. Perfection, the original something, was nothing. And the only possible unity is nothing, because as soon as you have a thing and you have space, you have 2 things. And so in nothing, there cannot be a line, because that implies shadow. And because all that is metaphor, because it's mind, and it manifests, the metaphor translates through the veil and becomes, so the conceptual becomes the actual by this transitionary process of being fed through the veil. So those are the 2 options: nothingness for all of eternity, or duality. Because in order for the laws of, in order for creation to exist, it has to exist according to the laws that it does. That's why they are the way they are. Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma, I quote this all the time, but it's just so gangster. They are not just because they are his laws because they are just, which means that they're not the laws because, or they're not like, they're not great because God came up with them. God came up with them because they're great, basically. And not just great, but necessary, right? The reason creation is as it is because it could not be predicated on any other formulation and exist. And so that was the devil's bargain. Do we fall from heaven, which is eternal, absolute nothingness, and do something and have an experience, or and then accept all of the shit that comes with that, all the baggage, all the pain, all the suffering, all the darkness, all of it. And I'll leave that philosophical inquiry for you guys to come to your own conclusions about. It is the Kybalion. Magic Taco wants to believe the law of cause and effect is real. I hope I can climb out of this dark night of the soul, but I feel there will be more internal struggle to deal with. Well, of course you can climb out of the dark night of the soul. All is transitory. And you must remember that you are literally light in a standing wave, and some of the light in your brain, in your body, is not even in a standing wave. It's actually fluid light. And if you bring a handful of light into a darkened room, it illuminates. If you bring a handful of darkness into a lit room, it disappears. So you already contain the ability to dissolve the shadows. There are shadows, but then there is that which remains. And so if you just continue to pursue truth, and you're willing to be objective, and you're able to realize when you're clinging to your shadow because you have come to believe that it is an integral part of your identity, that is most of the cause of suffering in people. As a medicine facilitator, 100% almost of bad, negative experiences or difficult experiences come from people clinging to their shadow because they have come to identify with it as an integral part of their personality. And so, they resist almost as if they're being killed, because a part of them they think is dying, even though it absolutely does not serve them. And in fact, it's dead weight on their balloon. Dynamic nothing has tension from the infinite potential energy contained in it. Yeah, the whole idea of dynamic zero and the Pythagorean Illuminati, I'm really trying to ascertain what it is that they're suggesting that isn't already part of the system of Illumined thinking, of scientific luminism. But one of the most compelling things about it, and this is not from the Pythagorean Illuminati, this is just scientific illuminism, from hundreds, if not thousands of years. We have known that at the heart of it, it is nothing, and that it is all paradox. So, as I said in the last stream, this table here does not exist. If you can zoom in with an electron microscope and it's empty space, but yet it is there. And so, we have had this knowledge that the ultimate nature of reality is nothingness, and yet there is somethingness. And what he's referencing basically is that the Pythagorean Illuminati kind of suggests that they know how it is that zero is dynamic. But so far, when I have tried to investigate what they're talking about, it seems like it's just like they have a term and then they throw another term out and another term out, but it doesn't actually go anywhere or mean anything. So maybe I just need to pursue it more, but so far I'm on the fence as to whether or not the Pythagorean Illuminati is just throwing a bunch of word salad out. And most of the concepts that they claim to be original to themselves are just rebranded Illuminism from hundreds of years ago. So I'm not really sure. There is one thing that I have gotten from them that I thought was really awesome, and that was the idea of the veil basically being a Fourier transform. And that's what does the translating from conceptual to actual. And that is, if there's nothing else of value in their entire system, that was fucking awesome. So, yeah, the jury's still out with me as to what I really think about the Pythagorean Illuminati. And so, some kind of satisfaction. Find some kind of satisfaction in creating. Come on, man. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that in some infinite degree it must have what would correspond to an inner nature or creative instinct in man, with correspondingly infinite desire and will. It could not act unless it willed to act, and it would not will to act unless it desired to act, and it would not desire to act unless it obtained some satisfaction thereby. And all of these things would belong to an inner nature and might be postulated as existing according to the law of correspondence. But still we prefer to think of the all as acting entirely free from any influence, internal as well as external. That is the problem which lies at the root of difficulty, and the difficulty that lies at the root of the problem. And now I will get into some illegal wisdom. This is the sort of territory that is prohibited to things that we are supposed to know and not speak, because generally it just pisses people off anyways. But there's a line in one of Crowley's books, I don't even remember which one it is, where he says that the highest level of illumination actually is not this eternal peace and detachment that people think it is. The real goal of the universe is to, it's just like a consciousness experiencing every possible experience from every possible point of view. That's all it's doing. And it doesn't have an agenda really. So he said the highest level of illumination is to become like he in whom suffering and glory are indistinguishable. And so the question then becomes, okay, so if it has no preference, why is it doing anything at all? And then I guess the experience, the answer is the experience still, good or bad. And I think people have a really hard time with that. We want to think that there is a loving, caring protector, spirit God, and there is. But if it's true that God is one, then all of the horrific evils and darkness and all of that stuff is also that same consciousness doing it deliberately, And I don't think people like that idea, but I'm pretty fucking confident that that's the reality of it. Just look around the world, what does the evidence of your eyes tell you? What does it mean to be benign? That's an interesting question too, because one of the aspects of initiated thinking, particularly in Freemasonry and the other mystery traditions, is that there is a moral law that is just as organic and constant as gravity or electromagnetism. And you can only understand this moral law by educating yourself, elevating yourself through wisdom, through gnosis, And the reality of it is the true savior of mankind. It is the true redeemer, because the reality is that any person who believes their spirituality consists of committing to a prefabricated doctrine of dogma is going to find themselves insincere. And that insincerity is going to eventually yield hypocrisy and evil. The only way to truly develop is to catalyze internal organic processes spurned by genuine wisdom and experience of the transcendental. Otherwise, you're just fronting, it's cap. And what you discover, I think, is that if you really are able to align yourself with your primary purpose, your holy guardian angel, your higher self, however you want to put it, however you want to think of it, discover your ingenium and deploy it, you are going to find that purpose is in alignment with the collective purpose in some sense. And once you have established that, you generally will find that you are swept into a current where you have an uncanny degree of support and luck. Any of you that have been following me, you've seen there have been struggles, but here I am, against pretty absurd odds over how many decades of just completely skin of my teeth, your success will be your proof, It doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect, but I guarantee you that it's far more satisfying to live in accordance with your purpose than it is to cow to the pressures of herd conformity and financial status or whatever. Well, this Northern Light, what you're saying about it is the reality that without suffering there can be no measure of good. I think it's even crazier than that. It's not just about measure. These things literally create each other, equal and opposite reaction. And that's another thing that's really difficult for people to wrap their heads around, because it can really give you an existential crisis if you understand it properly. If you do good and evil happens because of it, and if you do evil, good happens, what is the point of anything? And, but this isn't just my crazy idea. St. Aquinas talked about it. St. John of the Cross wrote, should we sin because of this, should we sin that grace may come? God forbid. But isn't that what God himself did when he created Satan with the germ of his fall in him? And also, if it's true that evil creates good, who is the actual redeemer? Sit on that one for a minute. The Buddha also, talked about how if you really want to escape samsara, you can't run around doing good. You can't run around doing evil, because either way you're creating karma. So you have to do nothing. So this crazy realization is pretty much present in all of the greatest mystics from all the different traditions. The yin-yang symbol tells you that, people don't often consider, they understand the juxtaposition of opposites, of light and darkness. But people neglect to notice that there is darkness in the light and light in the darkness. And that is kind of a clue to the real nature of the process, I guess. Cat torture rings in China. Cat torture rings? I mean, look, I don't want to say this too explicitly. I'm not trying to lay everything out on the table. But I already answered that question, The one thing that I don't understand about it is that if it's true that this universal mind, and it's not like once, that's too human, I think, but the point or something is to fulfill all of these experiences. Why do we have to repeat things that have already happened once? So you would think that each horrible experience would only have to happen once. That one I honestly don't have an answer for, but I am pretty John D. 007. Oh man, that's a good one. Because so John Dee, for those of you that don't get this reference, John Dee and Edward Kelly were court magicians to, I think, Queen Elizabeth. And it was during the period when England was the most powerful empire on the planet, I believe. So that begs the question, if magic is not real and magicians are loony, superstitious idiots, then how is it that they guide empires to take over planets? That's a bit weird, you know? If that's your council and they're retarded, then you'd think you would be fucking doomed, right? But here we are, probably still ruled by the crown in the United States, Canada, Australia. You know, they probably own about 77% of the land mass of the planet. But anyways, my skin's looking good, nice. I probably have the filter on. I didn't mean to. I just barely know how to use this camera. Where are we at though? Okay, John Dee and Edward Kelly. They were scrying and they claimed to contact these angels and channel Enochian. And Enochian is this angelic language has been actually studied by linguists, and it does have its own grammar and syntax. And when I read that, it occurred to me, like, do you really think these two medieval fucking magicians would have the capacity to actually engineer a legitimate fucking language? You know, so that's a bit weird. I mean, that's more than a bit weird. That's fucking really weird. And so Aleister Crowley claimed to be the reincarnation of one of them. I'm not sure whether it was John Dee or Edward Kelly. I think John Dee. Eliphas Levi, John Dee. Yeah, so, and the 007 reference, I believe, is a reference to the fact that Aleister Crowley was MI5, British intelligence, and his number was 00666. So I don't know if that's exactly what the joke was there, but that's how I took it. Yeah, that's not true, Stephen. Buddha definitely talked about how if you were not going to, I mean, if you're saying that he phrased it some other way, and I'm not quoting it exactly, but he definitely said that the only way to avoid accruing more karma was to just sit and breathe. And otherwise, whether you're doing good or evil, you're going to accrue more karma. So it definitely is in Buddhist writing somewhere. It's now your mind reacts to it. Enochian magic is cool, never tried it. Well, if you're curious what it sounds like, Enochian there are recordings of Aleister Crowley on YouTube speaking Enochian, but be forewarned, one of the things that any adept of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn will tell you is that if you know someone who doesn't believe in magic, tell them to learn an Enochian call and to do it, and they will believe instantly, but almost always your life is completely destroyed instantly. So, you know, it's your call. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Buddhism, honestly. I feel like the focus, it depends on the school, but, you know, the focus on suffering and detachment and stuff, I suspect all institutionalized religions to have been either not necessarily originally engineered for this, but over time engineered to create pacifists and people that are not problematic for the empire, for their overlords. So there's useful ideas, of course, in all of them, but for the most part, I would say that you can figure it all out yourself without any reference to them. You know, I mean, my toddler knows love your neighbor as you would love yourself better than most adult Christians. He's never fucking heard of Jesus. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of recalibrating our society, I think, to support the evolution of individuals that are in the natural state that humans are supposed to be inclined to. Maybe I'm still naively idealistic at 44, but that's kind of how I think about it. Okay, so we were getting into some metaphysical speculation, I think, in the opinion of those. The answer's locked. Okay, yeah. This is actually pretty interesting. Reason implies a cause. The all is above cause and effect, except when it wills to be. Okay. Strictly speaking, there cannot be said to be any reason whatsoever for the all to act, for a reason implies a cause, and the all is above cause and effect, except when it wills to become a cause, at which time the principle is set into motion. So you see, the matter is unthinkable, just as the all is unknowable. Just as we say the all merely is, so we are compelled to say that the all acts because it acts. At the last, the all is all reason in itself, all law in itself, all action in itself. And it may be said truthfully that the all is its own reason, its own law, its own act, or still further, that the all, its reason, its act, its law are one, all being names for the same thing. In the opinion of those who are giving you these present lessons, the answer is locked up in inner self of the all, along with its secret of being. And that kind of corresponds to this macrocosm idea, as if, our goal here is to know ourselves, to come into contact with our higher self, holy guardian angel, to know our purpose, to deploy our ingenium in the world in a productive sense. And so the all also has that kind of secret. And that is kind of, I think there are many of those secrets. And that's kind of the office of the adept and the initiate, is to mine those secrets and to try to see if the philosopher's stone or the jewel in the heart of the lotus is actually attainable, and then to eat it and become an abscissamus. Where are we at? Secret being. The law of correspondence, in our opinion, reaches only to that aspect of the all, which may be spoken of as the aspect of becoming. Behind that aspect is the aspect of being, in which all laws are lost in law. All principles merge into principle, and the all, principle and being, are identical, one and the same. Therefore, metaphysical speculation on this point is futile. We go into the matter here merely to show that we recognize the question and also the absurdity of the ordinary answers of metaphysics and theology. In conclusion, it may be of interest to our students to learn that while some of the ancient and modern Hermetic teachers have rather inclined in the direction of applying the principle of correspondence to the question with the result of inner nature conclusion, still the legends have it that Hermes the Great, when asked this question by his advanced students, answered them by pressing his lips tightly together and saying not a word, indicating that there was no answer. But then he may have intended to imply the axiom of the philosophy that the lips of wisdom are closed, except to the ears of understanding, believing that even his advanced students did not possess the understanding which entitled them to the teaching. At any rate, if Hermes possessed the secret, he failed to impart it, and so far as the world is concerned, the lips of Hermes are closed regarding it, hermetically sealed. And where the great Hermes hesitated to speak, what mortal dared to teach? But remember that whatever be the answer to this problem, if indeed there be an answer, the truth remains that while all is in the all, it is equally true that the all is in all. The teaching on this point is emphatic, and we may add the concluding words of the quotation, "To him who truly understands this truth hath come great knowledge." Probably the most important thing that I take away from that is, I've been talking about this a lot tonight already, but just the fact that you cannot proscribe a bunch of foolish rules of ancient date designed to make us all feel great while we fold, spindle, and mutilate the unbelievers from a neighboring state because they don't go for what's in our book, and that makes them bad. So verily we must choppeth them up and stompeth them down. Or rent a nice French bomb to poof them out of existence, leaving our real estate right where we need it in order to build more temples in which to praise our God, because he can really get down to business. He knows what he's doing. He wrote this book here, didn't he? But no, seriously, the idea that if you try to just conform to a bunch of rules, to a dogma, and you have not had the internal processes and development and experience that allow you to really actually understand, then there's no point. This is one of the actual reasons for secrecy in Masonic fraternities and other Western mystery traditions. There is no point in telling someone something that is just words until you have actually created the fertile soil to plant the seeds in, and the conditions are appropriate for the change to take place. Any required change can be affected by the proper application of the proper degree of force through the proper medium to the proper object. If all of the conditions are fulfilled, then there is success in every case. And so the preparation of the initiate that's the formula. And if you do not fulfill the formula, then the wisdom, the lips of wisdom are closed, but to the ears of understanding, that, you know, that whole thing. So let's see, 9:30, that's all? We got all night. No, not really, but the museum should be open to everyone. The museum is open to everyone, but not everyone seeks the muse. The planes of correspondence, this is chapter 8. As above, so below, as above. There is a variation of that I don't think is inspired by this, that is maybe even crazier. And I know I'm going to give two like real world examples of this manifesting. But the one from the Kabbalah, this rabbi, I can't remember his name, Rabbi Ben Simeon or something. He said, Keter is in Malkut, but Malkut is in Keter, but after another fashion. So, you know, it's arguable how old the Kabbalah is in its present form, but it is not arguable that there were not earlier forms going all the way back to Babylonian Syria. And basically, the concept is that there was a light that began as nothingness, and it went through 3 veils of negative existence where it became, you could say, more dense or more actual, until it sort of, not crystallized yet, but, you know, it became an energy capable of manifestation, and it broke through the veil and Keter, the crown of light, and passed through all the Sephirot and harmonized all these different qualities of creation, and then crystallized in Malkut as matter. Now we know that matter is light in a standing wave, so this process has proven to be correct. And if quantum loop theory is true, then at the end of time, or at the, I guess, it's the alpha omega point, it'll reverse and the light will consume itself. This is the real meaning of the Ouroboros, the dragon of light that Hermes Trismegistus encountered. And so the light will redintegrate back into the source. So, and if you think about it this way, it's not just about the process. Keter, light, is in Malkut, matter. Matter is light in a standing wave. And then light also has a physical basis of some kind. And I mean, in a way that's arguable, because energy is just the ability to do work. There's not really anything there. But if the work is the substance, then and that's why you said after another fashion, right? So when matter is in light, it's not the same as the matter that the table is made out of. And the table is not light in the same way that a photon is light, but yet they are the same thing. And in my mind, that is pretty much evidence that the mystics actually legitimately knew stuff thousands of years before modern science. And then, you know, this other element of planes of correspondence, there are a lot of different ratios that exist on different scales. You know, the Fibonacci sequence applies to very tiny things like seashells and very large things like galaxies. So that is an as above, so below kind of correspondence. But maybe an even weirder one is that if you shrink down to where you are the same size relative to the nucleus of an atom as you are relative to the Earth now, there'll be about the same distance between you and the nearest proton as there is from you to the moon now. So the scale changes, but as above, so below. And, you know, there are countless examples of this stuff. So again, this is what I mean about how, you know, when you have faith-based, fairy tale-oriented religions, and you're just supposed to believe it because it's in some raggedy-ass old book, you know, full of infanticide and incest and all of this shit, versus, you know, wisdom that you can actually demonstrate. It's demonstrable, it's observable, it's repeatable, it's scientific illuminism. Sorry, just catching up with the chat a little bit. Okay. strange. Usually we have like hundreds of people in the short, the vertical one, and like a few people here, and tonight it's not like that. So the great second hermetic principle embodies the truth that there is a harmony, agreement, and correspondence between several planes of manifestation, life, and being. This truth is a truth because all that is included in the universe emanates from the same source, same laws, principles, and characteristics apply to each unit or combination of units of activity as each manifests its own phenomena upon its plane. Now, this one is a great key, a skeleton key to all sorts of different levels of knowledge, because the same laws govern thought, civilizations, stars. People think of physical law as just dictating, how physical things develop. But these laws really govern absolutely everything. And so when you understand that, you're able to observe a single system and then extrapolate knowledge about all systems from that once you have developed a technique for this. Taoism deploys that quite a bit. For the purpose of convenience of thought and study, the Hermetic philosophy considers that the universe may be divided into three great classes of phenomena, known as the three great planes, namely the great physical plane, the great mental plane, and the great spiritual plane. These divisions are more or less artificial and arbitrary, for the truth is that all three of the divisions are but ascending degrees of life, the lowest point of which is undifferentiated matter, and the highest point that of spirit. And moreover, the different planes shade into each other, so that no hard and fast division may be made between the higher phenomena of the physical and the lower of the mental, or between the higher of the mental and the lower of the physical. A great way to kind of study this and organize it is to study the Jewish system of the four levels of the soul. And then a lot of people don't know this, but there's actually like 400 trees of life, because there is a tree of life for every Sephiroth, and then there are 4 different trees of life, one for each of the worlds of the soul. So it's quite tedious, and you can lose your mind. And I know a lot of people, I've known a lot of people that become obsessed, and I think there's a point of diminishing returns, just like racking your brain with gematria and the Kabbalistic stuff, but it's still, worthy to like take a little bit deeper of a look into it than just like contemplating the standard Kabbalistic tree of life. Photons image realms, I'm not sure what that means exactly. Let's see, where are we at here? In short, the three great planes may be regarded as three great groups of degrees of life manifestation. While the purposes of this little book do not allow us to enter into an extended discussion of or explanation of the subject of these different planes, still we think it well to give a general description of the same at this point. At the beginning, we may as well consider the question so often asked by the neophyte who desires to be informed regarding the meaning of the word plane, which term has been freely used and very poorly explained in many recent works upon the subject of occultism. The question is generally about as follows: is a plane a place having dimensions, or is a dimension a place having planes? It's not actually what it says, but that's what it means. I look a lot better in that screen than I do in this one. The question is generally about as follows. Where are we at here? State or condition. It may be considered as a state or condition. We're talking about planes or dimensions here. And yet the state or condition is a degree of dimension in a scale subject to measurement. Somewhat paradoxical, is it not? But let us examine the matter. A dimension, is a measure in a straight line relating to measure, etc. The ordinary dimensions of space are length, breadth, and height, or perhaps length, breadth, height, thickness, or circumference. But there is another dimension of created things, or measure in a straight line, known to occultists and to scientists as well, although the latter have not as yet applied the term dimension to it. And this new dimension, which, by the way, is the much speculated about fourth dimension, is the standard used in determining these degrees or planes. This fourth dimension may be called the dimension of vibration. It is a fact well known to modern science as well as to the Hermeticists who have embodied the truth in their third Hermetic principle that everything is in motion, everything vibrates, nothing is at rest. From the highest manifestation to the lowest, everything and all things vibrate. Not only do they vibrate at different rates of motion, but as in different directions and in a different manner. The degrees of the rate of vibrations constitute the degrees of measurement on the scale of vibrations. In other words, the degrees of the fourth dimension. And these degrees form what occultists call planes. The higher the degree of rate of vibration, the higher the plane, and the higher the manifestation of life occupying that plane. So that while a plane is not a place, nor yet a state or condition, yet it possesses qualities common to both. We shall have more to say regarding the subject of the scale of vibrations in our next lessons, in which we shall consider the Hermetic principles of vibration. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what all that means. So, first of all, the idea that it is vibrating is a little bit simple. What is the word? Come on, help me. Simple. It's too simple. It's too fucking simple. It's, because electrons blink in and out of existence. They don't really vibrate. Oscillating waves don't really vibrate. But generally speaking, this idea of movement being all pervasive is fine. A lot of times I think he tries too hard and maybe says too many words and gets a little bit like word soupy unnecessarily. But the important thing, and I think where this is going, I can't recall, but I'm pretty sure. We'll talk about photons too in a second, because that's a trip. It is the trip. It literally is the trip. Okay, two important things about this whole idea of vibration, oscillation, connection, and everything. Entanglement, everybody kind of knows about this. The entangled particles, regardless of distance, can respond instantaneously. That implies all kinds of craziness, obviously. But more importantly, for those of us that are trying to have some kind of impact on the human race, who have become increasingly like ostriches with their heads in the sand, or foot in mouth and head up ass, kind of hard to dance. And they're not listening to anyone. People become triggered instantly and they shut you out. You're Democrat, Republican, and you hate each other, that whole thing, and there's no more communication. And anyone that knows anything knows that silence tends to entropy any sense of empathy between supposed brothers, supposed lovers. So there's that. And but what I'm saying is that because of entrainment, which is different from entanglement but related, entrainment says that, well, it doesn't say, it's the term that describes this phenomena. Anything that oscillates or beats, heartbeat, pulses. If you have two human beings laying together in bed, after a while their heartbeats will sync. And if I had two of these lights and they're at very close oscillations, they'll sync up. Clocks do it. Anything that pulses will synchronize. And the way that the laws are formulated, the higher oscillation pulls the lower along. So that means that if you are drawing your consciousness upwards and the particles and energy in you are entangled with all of them all over the universe, as you pull yourself up, the entire creation is compelled, be it subtly, but still, every little bit helps. It pulls the lower up. So when a magician says that the demon of a lower oscillation is compelled by God or constrained by law to do his will, it's because of the law of entrainment, right? That's the mechanism that would allow you to compel a being of a lower order, like a dog, to do what you tell it to do. And so that's the really important thing to consider here, because other than leading by example, which is much more effective than talking, the work that we do internally has an effect on the entire fucking universe. Literally, the weight of the world is on your shoulders. Whoever told you it wasn't was misinformed. So, you will kindly remember, however, that the three great planes are not actual divisions of the phenomena of the universe, but merely arbitrary terms used by hermeticists in order to aid in the thought and study of the various degrees and forms of universal activity in life. The atom of matter, the unit of force, the mind of man, and the being of the archangel are all but degrees in a scale, all fundamentally the same, the difference between solely a matter of degree and rate of vibration. All are creations of the all and have their existence solely within the infinite mind of the all. This is one of the reasons that music is such a powerful, magician and musician, phonetically almost identical. There's a reason for that. If I went and got my guitar and I play an A on the low E string and then I play an A on the 10th fret of the high B string, you're going to hear an audible difference, but it's the same thing. It's just a different degree with a higher rate of vibration. And there's a reason for that. They all have a sort of different energy that they're communicating. And they're actually, music gets really weird. And the fact that Pythagoras, who is the Illuminatus that traveled to Egypt and brought the mysteries to Egypt, and he basically engineered or discovered the system of intervals that we use for music to this day. And he also had this sort of occult interest, I guess, integrated into it. The one, right? Let's say God is the one, but the first note in the scale, the home note, is the one. And they say that we have all emanated from God and will return to God. What happens in music? You start with the first note, the one, and the notes go away, and usually the song will end on the one again. So also 5 is the number of cycles. So the strongest resolution, back to the 1, is to the 5, back to the 1. And 6, which is also up an octave, is 13. Those are both numbers associated with the devil. And the 6th degree scale is the same as the 1, but dark. And on and on. I mean, all of the intervals and their occult correspondences it's really a wild thing. So where are we at with all this? All of it. Man, you guys are really smashing that like button tonight. That's pretty cool. I hope also that you guys have headed over to my Patreon and joined it, and that you have maybe considered supporting my work via the options in the chat, because I'm demonetized, and that means that if you guys don't support me, I sit around here for hours and hours and hours doing this for free. And that's not cool. I don't like it. So, I mean, if I was rich, I would do it for free, but I'm not. So, we do appreciate your support. What is it? Solely within the infinite mind of the all. The Hermeticists subdivide each of the 3 great planes into 7 minor planes, and each of these latter are also subdivided into 7 subplanes. What happens when light refracts? I can't remember how many colors is that? All divisions being more or less arbitrary, shading into each other, and adopted merely for convenience of scientific study and thought. The great physical plane and its 7 minor planes is that division of the phenomena of the universe which includes all that relates to physics or material things, forces, and manifestations. It includes all formas of that which we call matter, and all forms of that which we call energia, or force. But you must remember that the Hermetic philosophy does not recognize matter as a thing in itself, or as having a separate existence even in the mind of the all. And that is true, because it's not really there. There's nothing there. The teachings are that matter is but a form of energy, which isn't anything. That really drives me nuts, that it's like, okay, there's nothing there, but yet something is doing work. So what is it that is, it's like, there's no substance there, there's an activity. But what is the activity? Like, what is, it's just like a disturbance in the nothingness that is also nothing. It's just a really strange thing to try to wrap our heads around, the fact that, like, there's literally nothing here, but some sort of imperceptible movement that gives the illusion of solidity. Kind of like when a fan is spinning so fast, it looks like a solid object. But then there's something there, in that case. The teachings are that matter is a form of energy, that is, energy at a low rate of vibration of a certain kind. And according to the Hermeticists, classify matter under the head of energy and give to it 3 of the 7 minor planes of the great physical plane. These 7 minor physical planes are as follows: the plane of matter, A, the plane of matter, B, the plane of matter, C, the plane of ethereal substance, the plane of energy, A, B, and C. The plane of matter A comprises the forms of matter in its forms of solids, liquids, and gases, as generally recognized by the textbooks on physics. The plane of matter comprises certain higher and more subtle forms of matter, of the existence of which modern science is just recognizing. And so I will save us some time and explain this. So when we talk about the elements in magic, we're not talking about, earth is not dirt and fire is not fire. It's more like spirit. Speaking of subtlety and weirdness, many of you guys are probably aware of the tetragrammaton, right? Which is Yod He Vav He. It's the Hebrew characters, and it actually doesn't represent Jehovah or Yahweh or any of that stuff. Those are all bastardizations. The whole point of it is it's just 4 letters that are meant to conceal the actual unspeakable name of God. Because if you recreated the sound of the Logos, and it would destroy the universe. That's the reason we're not allowed to say, we're not supposed to say 4-letter words, curse words, right? It's nuts, but that's actually the origin of all that. But anyways, one of the things that the tetragrammaton represents is the 4 elements. So each of the Hebrew letters is like a picture or a thing, a number, and a sound, right? So it has triune nature, as all magical things do. Blink your third eye thrice if you know what I mean. We know about the pentagram, and was it Michelangelo? With the guy standing in the pentagram. If you take the letter Shin, which represents spiritual fire, so elemental fire, and you descend it, the tongue of grace, and place it in the center of the 4 elements, which the Hebrew letters represent, and then you speak the word out loud, it's Yoshua, which is Savior. So the Spirit redeems matter and animates it. So, that's just one of those examples of stuff that's a little bit too crazy to be just like, random coincidence. But not where I was going with this either. What is actually being described is not non-physical either, in a sense. It is a key to perceiving, for one thing, that the all actually is in the all. Because when you combine elements in certain ways with great intensity, you can transform them into other elements, right? This is the whole concept of alchemy, in the sense that you can transform mercury and lead into gold, you can transform fear into courage, you can transform loss into motivation, all these sort of things. But if you apply cold to water, then it becomes earth. If you heat metal or earth sufficiently, it will drip and become water. So there is fire of water, water of earth, air of water, and you can actually see these other subtle things expressed by nature under certain conditions. So that's a clue to like what's meant here by these elements have layers that, there's the actual physical layer, and then there are these more subtle layers of expression that inhere in these constituents. So the plane of ethereal substance comprises that which science speaks of as the ether. Of course, science does not speak of the ether anymore. We call it the field. A substance of extreme tenuity and elasticity pervading all universal space and acting as a medium for the transmission of waves of energy such as light, heat, electricity, etc. Isn't that funny? That's the field. And I remember I remember when I was a kid, maybe they don't teach people this shit anymore, but they used to say that the stupid ancients used to talk about this ether that doesn't exist. But anyways, there's this field that light and particles move around. What is your problem? It seems like it really is part of deliberate effort to obscure the more powerful form of direct experience-based knowledge. Maybe I'm paranoid, but these fuckers seem to be playing dirty. This ethereal substance forms a connecting link between matter, so-called, and energy, and partakes of the nature of each. The Hermetic teachings, however, instruct that this plane has 7 subdivisions, as have all the minor planes, and that in fact there are 7 ethers instead of but 1. Next, above the plane of ethereal substance comes the plane of energy, which comprises the ordinary forms of energy known to science, its 7 subplanes being respectively heat, light, magnetism, electricity, and attraction, including gravitation, cohesion, chemical affinity, etc., and several other forms of energy indicated by scientific experiments but not as yet named or classified. The plane of energy comprises 7 subplanes of higher forms of energy not as yet discovered by science, but which have been called nature's finer forces, and which are called into operation in manifestations of certain forms of mental phenomena, and by which such phenomena becomes possible. There's another aspect of this that I feel like I should... Holy crap, man, the chat has been going crazy, and I haven't been... Lies, Jesus is king. Block that motherfucker. Man, I've been sick of that shit for 2,000 years, popping up in my chat since like the Bronze Age. What was I going to say though? Okay, so we were talking about the all in and the all, and how these different levels of elemental expression, from actual matter to the more subtle levels. The 4, that I don't know if he ever talks about 4. We have the 4 directions, which you could say is arbitrary because there's actually directions all over the place. And then we have the 4 elements, and the 4 archangels. But as we have continued our journey of gathering knowledge of the universe, we discovered that there are 4 fundamental forces of physics as well. And so I just wanted to point out that the job of the modern magician actually is to continue to consolidate the information and to compress it into these symbols, because the tools in our tool bag become more powerful as we compress this information into these symbols, So in the modern era, we have added the 4 fundamental forces of physics, and it is actually not very difficult to figure out how they correspond to the elements and the archangels and the directions and all of that sort of thing. Oh man, and there's another thing that I forgot to... I'm pretty sure the Jesus as a mushroom thing has been pretty seriously debunked. First of all, because there are no magic mushrooms anywhere in that part of the world. That really hurts, that theory. Zero, zip, zilch, nada. So I don't know about that. Also, I talked about this in the last stream. The evidence that Jesus existed, it is overwhelmingly conclusive that there was never any historical figure known as Jesus Christ. I'm not going to get into it again, but I'm not arguing. I have made a commitment not to argue with fools, and you can go back and watch my older videos where I explain exactly how it is that we know that with absolute certainty. So if you're interested, I have already explained all that stuff before. I'm not going to do it again tonight. Man, where were we at? I had something going there. Okay, nature's finer forces, and which are called into operation in manifestations of certain forms of mental phenomena, and by which such phenomena becomes possible. The plane of energy comprises 7 subplanes of energy so highly organized that it bears many of the characteristics of life, but which is not recognized by the minds of men on the ordinary plane of development. Being available for the use on beings of the spiritual plane alone, such energy is unthinkable to ordinary man, and may be considered almost as the divine power. The beings employing the same are as gods, compared even to the highest human types known to us. The great mental plane comprises those forms of living things known to us in ordinary life, as well as certain other forms not so well known except to the occultists. The classification of the 7 minor mental planes is more or less satisfactory and arbitrary, unless accompanied by elaborate explanations which are foreign to the purpose of this particular work. But we may as well mention them. they are as follows: the plane of mineral mind, the plane of elemental mind, the plane of plant mind, the plane of elemental mind. So again, it repeats, and then, so we have mineral, elemental, plant, and then elemental, animal, elemental, and then human. I don't know why that would be, but interestingly, I had an ayahuasca experience once where, among other things, I was given astrophysical data regarding Sirius C, I guess, because for a long time they had suspected there was actually a third planet, because the same way they found Sirius B because of the wobble on A. So now B is wobbling a little bit every 25 years or something, and they're like, oh, there must be something there too, but it's smaller. And so I didn't know that. And Pachamama says to me, there is these beings on a gas giant that didn't become a red dwarf star because of the gravitational influence of the other two stars, and they transmit information to the elemental, spirit, mineral, human, vegetable, like everything. And it's like, okay. So 10 days later, a paper was published saying that astronomers, astrophysicists, I don't know, had determined that there was in fact a gas giant that did not become a red dwarf. Exactly what I was told, and there's no way that I would just make that up. And then the information about these beings that transmit this knowledge to the plants, minerals, humans, all of it. I randomly found a paper written by Alice Bailey, who was a student of Helena Blavatsky, where she described these beings on Sirius B that transmitted this information to the plant, vegetable, animal, mineral. I was like, damn, that's really fucking fucked up. What happened there, And then as my research into this continues, I realized that the Hopi have this same idea. And interestingly, the Freemasons also have the blue star Sirius in their lodges for the same reason, that the Hopi have this transmission of this knowledge. The Dogon in Africa as well, and very similar ideas about what is being transmitted, right? But it gets way fucking weirder. The Freemasons recognize each other with a secret handshake, right? Step and grip. The Hopi recognize people that have the secret information from Sirius with secret handshakes. What? And then, so remember how this started with me talking about how I received this information from Sirius after drinking ayahuasca. About a week after I discovered the thing about the Hopi and the secret handshakes, I discovered the Sequoia in Cuyabeno, Ecuador, claim to receive information from Sirius when they drink ayahuasca, just like I did. So, and I could go on and on and on and on about that. I mean, I could, literally, like Aristotle wrote about it. It's all pervasive, all over the planet, all throughout time. Something up with that. I mean, and look, Sirius Radio, right? They're transmitting shit everywhere. Sirius FM. Yeah, there's definitely something to that. There was another element of it too that just kind of slipped my mind. But, by the way, you guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Please share, subscribe, support me on Patreon or PayPal, Zelle, cryptocurrency. Demonetized, so do not get support unless you guys do it. And where else are you going to get this stuff? The plane of mineral mind comprises the states or conditions of the units or entities or groups and combinations of the same which animate the forms known to us as minerals, chemicals, etc. These entities must not be confounded with the molecules, atoms, and corpuscles. I don't know what the hell he means by corpuscles themselves. I mean, I know what the word means, but I don't know what the fuck he's referencing. Or they, I guess. The author's pronoun is they. The latter being merely the material bodies or forms of these entities, just as a man's body is but his material form and not himself. These entities may be called souls in one sense and are living beings of a low degree of development, life, and mind, just a little more than the units of living energy which comprise the higher subdivisions of the highest physical plane. The average mind does not generally attribute the possession of mind, soul, or life to the mineral kingdom, but all occultists recognize the existence of the same, and modern science is rapidly moving forward to the point of view of the Hermeticists. I don't know where he's getting that from in this respect. But it is happening now, actually. Michael Levin is basically, the most groundbreaking scientist. The Dogon had star charts that Hubble discovered, and they were accurate. That's a tough one to write off, right? They also claim to have been in possession of a gray alien at one point. And they said the big black eyes are actually goggles. In my experience, they're not physically here. They're like interdimensionals or something. That's a story, a chat for another time, I guess. But what was I about to try to explain? I don't know why he would say that about back then, because I don't think it was happening. But Michael Levin is, he has proved for one thing that like DNA is not really in charge. The field is more in charge. You can give charge, you can use electromagnetic shocks basically to cause, for example, worms to grow two heads, and their offspring will also grow two heads without changing the genome. So, he won't say it, but if you watch interviews with him, he's definitely panpsychist. And I think that's becoming increasingly prevalent all the time. That the idea that nature's actually blind and dumb, and there isn't at least some like basic fundamental intelligence guiding all these processes, it's corny and outdated. So. Continuing on. The molecules, atoms, and corpuscles have their loves and hates, likes and dislikes, attractions and repulsions, affinities and non-affinities, etc. And some of the more daring of modern scientific minds have expressed the opinion that the desire and will, emotions and feelings of the atoms differ only in degree from those of men. We have no time or space to argue this matter here. All occultists know it to be a fact, and others are referred to some of the more recent scientific works for outside corroboration. There are the usual 7 subdivisions to this plane. The plane of elemental mind comprises the state or condition and degree of mental and vital development of a class of entities known to the average man, but recognized to occultists. Unknown to the average man, They are invisible to the ordinary senses of man, but nevertheless exist and play their part of the drama of the universe. Their degree of intelligence is between that of the mineral and chemical entities on the one hand, and of the entities of the plant kingdom on the other. There are 7 subdivisions to this plane also. The plane of plant mind, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises the states or conditions of the entities comprising the kingdoms of the plant world, the vital and mental phenomena of which is fairly well understood by the average intelligent person. Many new and interesting scientific works regarding mind and life in plants have been published during the last decade. Plants have life, mind, and souls, as well as have animals, man, and Superman. And now that is, of course, very consistent with South American shamanism, although I'm not sure that when you drink ayahuasca, it's actually the spirit of ayahuasca that you are contacting. I think that it's much more likely that the filters in your brain are turned down and that you are interacting with some larger consciousness, but I don't know that it's specifically that of the plant, because it doesn't really add up. Where would the plant get the experience to teach you how to get over your divorce or whatever? It's just a bit off to me. But in terms of the consciousness, we have single cell slime molds in Japan that were able to out-engineer humans, engineers, the best engineers in Japan with the best computers in Japan, they did a better job of engineering a subway system in the sense that they were able to find better routes to find food. And that also suggests that there is a collective mind, and of course we have no idea how a single-celled organism with no neurons could possibly do engineering, right? So that is another reason why the idea of panpsychism is kind of gaining some ground in the modern scientific paradigm, because what the fuck is that? There's no neurons. There's no neurons, you know? And if you guys have followed me for a while, then you've heard me talk about the people born without brains, that one of them was a doctor, the guy with the least amount of gray matter ever in the history of medical science. He was a doctor. He went to get his head scanned because he was having persistent headaches, and there was no brain. His spinal cord ended in a sac of cerebrospinal fluid and no brain at all. He was a doctor. And the argument was, well, that's so rare. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If there's one person with no brain that's a doctor, that means the brain is not necessary for consciousness or thinking or anything. Of course, the fact that if you get a head injury, you can be mentally, disabled. But it's still, the fact of the matter is that even one person is enough to prove that. There's also a mathematical genius that has like 5% of his brain or something like that. And there was a guy that died in 1992 that did a study involving 200 people that had 20% or less of their brain. And, it was 10% or less of their brain, and 20% of them had a higher than average IQ. So there's all that. And then also, Paul Stamets claims that they have established that mushroom mycelium is aware. And of course, you guys know all the complex relationships. Like trees have been proven to be able to recognize their offspring. And they also know what types of insects are attacking them, some types of trees, and they can change their taste to discourage that particular predator. They can attract predators for the insects that are attacking them by changing certain like pheromones in their, tree pheromones, I guess. So, the idea that nature's this kind of blind, dumb, mute thing is definitely on its way out. Hallelujah. Plane of animal mind in its 7 subdivisions comprises the states and conditions of the entities, beings, or souls animating the animal forms of life, familiar to us all. It is not necessary to go into details regarding this kingdom or plane of life, for the animal world is as familiar to us as is our own. The plane of elemental mind in its 7 subdivisions comprises those entities or beings invisible as are all such elemental forms, which partake of the nature of both animal and human life in a degree and in certain combinations. The highest forms are semi-human in intelligence. And that, again, Michael Levin's work, every cell is intelligent, far beyond what you would imagine. And in one of the talks that I did commentary to, there's a microscope slide, and it's a single cell, and it's doing all kinds of stuff and making decisions and solving problems. It has no neurons. Again, And then if you also consider that we are not a person, we're a person, but we are not one thing. We are composed of billions and trillions of other organisms, and all of them are intelligent. So all intelligence is collective intelligence. There's no such thing as a solitary mind. We are all a hive mind. And what this suggests is that just as all of the smaller constituent intelligences, cells and organisms that make up our body, result in an apparent singular mind, the entire universe could be doing the same thing. In fact, when I had an encounter with either extraterrestrials or interdimensional beings or my imagination, I guess, one of the things that they told me is that they are not really interested in saving the human race. They said they would only intervene at the absolute last moment before we destroy ourselves. But they said it's not about you. It's because all planets that are alive are almost like an organ in the body of this larger thing. So, that's the concern, actually, is to keep this thing alive. It's kind of like when your heart, needs to be saved. It's a collection of cells and organisms, and but it's the heart. It's not the cells or the organisms that needs to be maintained. Okay, so let me look in here. Just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anyone too much. So would you not agree that this could not have been an accident? Does this not point to intelligent design? I think there is intelligence inherent in the design, but I think that that intelligence is developing in step with the process. I don't think that there is like an omnipotent sky god that is planning and, but it's clearly this is not the product of, our biology is not just the product of random mutations. The intricate interconnection of nature and all of these things that are so inextricably intertwined and interdependent upon each other, of course I don't think it's just blind random matter. But if we had all the answers, we wouldn't be here right now. That's the whole point of all this. If we once all of your wishes are granted, all of your dreams will have been destroyed. It's how much would it cost to fix your guitar in dollars? Probably $200 or $300, I'm thinking, because it needs a lot of work now. It's rusty and it needs like new frets because I wore the frets off. So I got strings and I'm gonna try to play Saturday, but yeah, and I have to travel halfway across the country to a luthier. So it's a bitch, man. It's a bitch. I do appreciate all of you guys out there that have been offering to assist in that, though, because as you know, if you follow me, this has been the most fucked up 6 months that I have ever. I would rather gouge my eyeballs out and eat my testicles while they're still attached than go through the last 6 months again. No cap. So the highest forms are semi-human in intelligence. The plane of human mind and its 7 subdivisions comprises these manifestations of life and mentality, which are common to man. In his various grades, degrees, and divisions, in this connection, we wish to point out the fact that the average man of today occupies but the 4th subdivision of the plane of human mind, and only the most intelligent have crossed the border of the 5th subdivision. So none of us, according to this, have reached the 6th or 7th. It has taken the race millions of years to reach this stage, and it will take many more years for the race to move on to the 6th and 7th subdivisions and beyond. But remember that there have been races before us which have passed through these degrees and on to higher planes. Our own race is the 5th, which stragglers from the 4th, which has set foot upon the path. And then there are a few advanced souls of our own race who have outstripped the masses and who have passed on to the 6th and 7th subdivision, and some few being still further on. The man of the 6th subdivision will be the Superman. He of the 7th will be the Overman. In our consideration of the 7 minor mental planes, we have merely referred to the 3 elemental planes in a general way. We do not wish to go into this subject in detail for this work, for it does not belong to this part of the general philosophy and teachings. But we may say this much. In order to give you a little clearer idea of the relations of these planes to the more familiar ones, the elementary planes bear the same relation to the planes of mineral, plant, animal, and human mentality and life that the black keys on the piano do to the white keys. The white keys are sufficient to produce music, but there are certain scales, melodies, and harmonies in which the black keys play their part, and in which their presence is necessary. They are also necessary as connecting links of soul condition, entity states, etc., between the several other planes, certain forms of development being attained therein. This last fact giving to the reader who can read between the lines a new light upon the processes of evolution, and a new key to the secret door of the leaps of life between kingdom and kingdom. The great kingdoms of elementals are fully recognized by all occultists, and the esoteric writings are full of mention of them. The readers of Bulwer's Zanoni and similar tales, I have no idea what that is, will recognize the entities inhabiting these planes of life. Passing on from great mental plane to great spiritual plane, what shall we say? How can we explain these higher states of being, life, and mind? To minds as yet unable to grasp and understand the higher subdivisions of the plane of human mind, the task is impossible. We can speak only in the most general terms. How may light be described to a man born blind? How sugar to a man who has never tasted anything sweet, or harmony to a deaf man? All that we can say is that the 7 minor planes of the great spiritual plane, each minor plane having its 7 subdivisions, comprise beings possessing life, mind, and form, as far above that of man of today as the latter is above an earthworm, mineral, or even certain forms of energy or matter. The life of these beings so far transcend ours that we cannot even think of the details. Their minds so far transcend ours that to them we scarcely seem to think, and our mental processes seem almost akin to material processes. The matter of which their forms are composed is of the highest planes of matter. Nay, some are even said to be clothed in pure energy. What may be said of such beings? What did that make me think of? When he said that our mental processes seem like material processes, if you consider that 90% of what we do and say and think is supposed to be subconscious, it's literally true that most of our thought is just like a material process. And then also what he said about how some of these beings are clothed in light. The idea of the Merkabah, speaking of the Dogon, they have that word, and it means the same thing as it does in Hebrew, the chariot of light. And it is true that if consciousness is a product of light, and light, at the speed of light, time stops. So if your consciousness is moving at the speed of light, you can travel around the universe, and no matter how far you went, it would seem like no time has passed. In fact, it wouldn't just seem like it. From your point of view, it would be a literal nothing. Like you would be one place and then another place, no matter how far. The problem is that relative to you, wherever planet you had left, all of your loved ones and civilization and everything, like if you traveled 500 billion light years across the universe in your Merkabah, your chariot of light, your body of light, this is also something in the Western occult tradition that the magician sits and meditates and tries to formulate a body of light and separate that and send it out about. And it's essential that you go and do things that you can corroborate somehow to test that you're actually developing this body of light. And so anyways, that's kind of consistent with that idea. And I have to get a glass of water and some blueberries, and I'll be right back. The food in the high Andes is wonderful. All sorts of fruit. You guys probably didn't see this. This is some of that Peruvian puro. It's a potato that's as light as styrofoam, and inside it looks like a sea sponge, and it tastes weird, like almost like aged cheese or something. And this I haven't tried yet. It's like a rock. And you soak it for 24 hours, and then supposedly you can eat it. So I'll keep you guys posted. But yeah, there's lucumos, which most of you probably never heard of. Really grainy kind of fruit. It's yellow, kind of vaguely like a mango. We also have giant figs in the fridge, huge fucking figs. Big old blocks of Andean cheese. I had a little bit of a leg of a lamb earlier, sheep, I guess. A full-grown sheep. All sorts of magnificent fruits and stuff, you know. I was just checking the chat to see if there's any questions. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised the religious guy doesn't believe in evolution. That's not not a shocker, dude. But that's the thing, there's zero chance that evolution's not real. Zero chance. It's like okay, the smaller something is, the faster, So bacteria become resistant to antibiotics because evolution on a micro scale, right? And earlier I was talking about how, as above, so below, if you shrink down to be so small that you are the same size relative to the nucleus of an atom as you are to the Earth right now, and then there's just the same distance between you and a proton as there is between you and the moon now. I also suspect, although I can't prove because I would have to be hella good at quantum equations, but I'm willing to bet that, how electrons blink in and out of existence? If you were that small, electrons would blink in and out of existence at the same rate as stars take to live and die, So that explains why bacteria show us evolution very, very rapidly, because they're very, very tiny. It's all a matter of scale. And yeah, but the thing is, blind random mutations does not explain evolutionary biology. It doesn't explain all of these complex systems. It doesn't explain how it is that we are so well organized. Why don't I have teeth in my butthole? That wouldn't have stopped me from evolving. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be like we would have weird stuff that just didn't get in the way of evolution, if that's all there was to it. Luckily I don't have taste buds in my taint. There's just so many components that are so well organized to actually suggest that that's all a product of random mutations is fucking insane. In fact, even what's his name, Darwin said that even the evolution of the human eyeball, or just the existence of the human eyeball, was enough to challenge his theory. No, I don't think prey are made to suffer to the fullest. In fact, when you sustain a serious injury, you might be wailing and screaming and totally unaware. Like, to the people watching, you appear to be suffering tremendously. You might be, but it's another thing. We've been engineered with such perfection. There's even like mercy coded into the. They're good, sweet blueberries. There's mercy coded into the system so that we go into shock and don't actually have to experience truly unbearable kinds and degree of pain. On the 7 minor planes of the great spiritual plane exist beings of whom we may speak as angels, archangels, demigods. On the lower minor planes dwell those great souls whom we call masters and adepts. Above them come the great hierarchies of the angelic hosts. And this is where we break pretty severely with my own thinking. Unthinkable to man. Okay, well. And above those come those who may, without reverence, be called the gods. Without irreverence. So high in the scale of being are they, their being, intelligence, and power being akin to those attributed by the races of men to their conceptions of deity. These beings are beyond even the highest flights of the human imagination, the word divine being the only one applicable to them. Many of these beings, as well as the angelic host, take the greatest interest in the affairs of the universe and play an important part in its affairs. These unseen divinities and angelic helpers extend their influence freely and powerfully in the process of evolution and cosmic process. Their occasional intervention and assistance in human affairs have led to many legends, beliefs, religions, and traditions of the race, past and present. They have superimposed their knowledge and power upon the world again and again, all under the law of the all, of course. And yet, even the highest of these advanced beings exist merely as creations of and in the mind of the all, and are subject to the cosmic processes and universal laws. They are still mortal. We may call them gods if we like, but they are more like elder brethren of the race. Zeppelin sings about them. What is that song? Is it Kashmir, I think? I don't know. Have you any wisdom teeth come through as you're older? No, but I was actually born with too many teeth. That's why they're crooked here. They're not actually crooked. I have an extra, I don't know, you can't really see, but there's the normal row of teeth, and then I have an extra one in the front and an extra one in the back because I was born with 3 fully grown teeth in my face. Yeah, what is that song? Gentle elders of the human race. I don't remember. That's a great. Oh, it is Kashmir. It's definitely Kashmir. Only the advanced hermeticists are able to wait. No. Yeah, okay. Only the advanced hermeticists are able to grasp the inner teachings regarding the state of existence and the powers manifested on the spiritual planes. The phenomena is so much higher than that of the mental planes that a confusion of ideas would surely result from an attempt to describe the same. Only those whose minds have been carefully trained along the lines of the Hermetic philosophy for years, yes, those who have brought with them from other incarnations the knowledge acquired previously, can comprehend just what is meant by the teachings regarding these spiritual planes. And much of these inner teachings is held by the Hermeticists as being too sacred, important, and even dangerous for general public dissemination. The intelligent student may recognize what we mean by this when we state that the meaning of spirit, as used by the Hermeticists, is akin to living power, animated force, inner essence, essence of life, etc., which meaning must be confounded with that usually and commonly employed in connection with the term religious, ecclesiastical, spiritual, ethereal, holy. To occultists, the word spirit is used in the sense of the animating principle. Funny, years ago I was driving around, probably in my early 20s or something, and it just hit me. God is the organizing principle. Like this voice in my head. He called it the spirit as the animating principle, I think, but it's the organizing principle. And I almost slammed on my brakes, like I realized that it was this like oscillating wave imposing order on stuff to give it symmetry, and then that, allows creation to arise from it. It also exists in philosophy as like it has something to do with like the way that the philosophy has to be organized, and like what is the organizing principle of Nietzsche or whatever, Andy's weather has not been kind to my inner parts. The intelligent student may recognize, where are we at? The animating principle, carrying with it the idea of power, living energy, mystic force. And occultists know that which is known to them as spiritual power may be employed for evil as well as good, in accordance with the principle of polarity, a fact which has been recognized by the majority of religions in their conceptions of Satan, Beelzebub, the devil, Lucifer, fallen angels, etc. And so the knowledge regarding these planes has been kept in the Holy of Holies in all esoteric fraternities and occult orders, in the secret chamber of the temple. But this may be said here, that those who have attained high spiritual powers and have misused them have a terrible fate in store for them. And the swing of the pendulum of rhythm will inevitably swing back to the furthest extreme of material existence, from which point they must retrace their steps spiritward along the weary rounds of the path, but always with the added torture of having always with them a lingering memory of the heights from which they fell owing to their evil actions. The legends of the fallen angels have a basis in actual facts, as all advanced occultists know. The striving for selfish power on the spiritual planes inevitably results in the selfish soul losing its spiritual balance and falling back as far as it had previously risen. But to even such a soul, the opportunity of a return is given, and such souls make the return journey, paying the terrible penalty along with to the invariable law. And ego inflation is a terrific example of this. You could look at the case of Charles Manson, who, if you've ever watched an interview with him, it's obvious that he was pretty enlightened. But he got stuck in the, there are phases to this. And especially for men, there's usually a phase where you think you're the very god of very gods, like specifically you, which isn't untrue, but you're a fragment that is equal to all the other parts, but not the whole thing. And that's where the distinction fails to be made. And that's what happened, with Manson, and where did he spend his life? Of course, you could say MK Ultra and blah, 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 and that's true, but still, it's applicable. Yeah, the evidence for Manson actually being affected to some degree by MK Ultra is pretty solid. One of the CIA doctors that was a really important researcher in MK Ultra visited him in various jails 3 times before, and there are photos and where he signed in and stuff before the murders occurred. And also, no one ever said that he killed anyone. So definitely something was up there. And then they put Timothy Leary in his cell with him when they arrested Tim Leary, which is an extraordinary story. If you guys don't know that, definitely you should read Timothy Leary's book High Priest. It's pretty wild. Okay, so we were talking about it's definitely true. That also just one of the warnings about this path is that once you have accumulated energy in this trajectory, if you derail, the consequences are horrific. It's like, a normal person is just riding a bicycle, but an initiate is now in a train. So once you have stepped foot on the path, bitter is the phantom that pursueth you. You cannot deviate once the course is laid plain. I did it, and it fucked me up. It's not even clear whether I'll really fully recover or not. I allowed myself to get distracted, and the consequences were insanely fucking shitty. By a girl, of course, who is now irrelevant. So it was just, I cannot believe I did that in retrospect. Anyways, watch out, man. Once you get on the path, you must stay focused. Eyes on the prize, Isis. In conclusion, we would again remind you that according to the principle of correspondence, which embodies the truth, as above, so below, as below, so above, as within, so without. And that is the secret to synchronicity, by the way. As within, so without. There are higher orders of symmetry that permeate the universe. And so when you establish a bridge of communication, increased communication between the subconscious and the conscious mind, part of the process that Jung called individuation, you have created a symmetry between your internal experience and your external experience. And that's why these meaningful coincidences occur once you have created this symmetry, as within, so without. And of course, you could also say that if you're internally in harmony, then you're more likely to experience harmony. But I find the synchronicity example to be a little bit more interesting. Is that a Cypress Hill reference? Really? You're dating yourself and me. All of the 7 Hermetic principles are in full operation on all of the many planes, physical, mental, and spiritual. The principle of mental substance, of course, applies to all the planes, for all are held in the mind of the all. The principle of correspondence manifests in all, for there is a correspondence, harmony, and agreement between the several planes. The principle of vibration manifests on all planes. In fact, the very differences that go to make the planes arise from vibration, as we have explained. The principle of polarity manifests on each plane, the extremes of the poles being apparently opposite and contradictory. And an illustration of that is that when you have a key in music, say you are in the key of G, if I try to play B flat minor over that G, depending on your tastes, but for most people, it's going to sound fucked up. But if I play in the key of G over the key of G, then it's going to sound like stuff that belongs, So that's kind of what he's explaining there, is that these different levels or dimensions or planes, it's sort of the same thing, They're of like kind, but different rates of vibration. And that's basically what a tonal center is in music. Speaking of music, the next line is the principle of rhythm manifests on each plane. The movement of the phenomena having its ebb and flow, rise and flow, incoming and outgoing, systole and diastole, expansion and contraction. The principle of cause and effect manifests on each plane, and every effect having its cause and every cause having its effect. The principle of gender manifests on each plane, the creative energy being always manifest and operating along the lines of its masculine and feminine aspects. As above, so below, as below, so above, and beyond, I imagine, push the envelope, watch it bend. This centuries-old Hermetic axiom embodies one of the great principles of universal phenomena. As we proceed with our consideration of the remaining principles, we will see even more clearly the truth of the universal nature of this great principle of correspondence. Are we really going to finish this entire book in 2 live streams? Man, I don't know, I might wear my throat out. Check in with the chat and remind you guys to hit the like button. Send me billions of dollars in support so I can continue to do this. I am going out into the ruins soon to make videos of the concentric circle ruins. I have constrained an expert to take me around, and we're going to see the elongated skulls, and we're definitely stepping it up a notch, I would say, on this channel. Also, there are a bunch of like mystery adepts in this valley somehow, like legit ones. So there's going to be a bunch of interesting content. Yeah, please do send me 20,000 Bitcoin. That would be, I mean, even one would be very helpful. I could get a lot done with even like a piece of one, probably. Vibration. Nothing rests. In fact, we're at 2 hours now. Nothing rests. Everything moves. Everything vibrates. The Kybalion. It's so funny how it quotes from itself. You don't have to quote from yourself. The great third Hermetic principle, the principle of vibration, embodies the truth that motion is manifest in everything in the universe, that nothing is at rest, everything moves, vibrates, and circles. This Hermetic principle was recognized by some of the early Greek philosophers who embodied it in their systems. But then, for centuries, it was lost sight of by the thinkers outside of the Hermetic ranks. But in the 19th century, physical science rediscovered the truth, and the 20th century scientific discoveries have added additional proof of the correctness and truth of this centuries-old Hermetic doctrine. The Hermetic teachings are that not only is everything in constant movement and vibration, but that the differences between the various manifestations of the universal power are due entirely to the varying rate and mode of vibrations. Not only this, but even the all in itself manifests a constant vibration of such an infinite degree of intensity and rapid motion that it may be practically considered at rest. The teachers directing the attention of the students to the fact that even on the physical plane, a rapidly moving object such as a revolving wheel seems to be at rest. The teachings are to the effect that spirit is at one end of the pole of vibration, the other pole being certain extremely gross forms of matter, and you could call spirit light. And I think this is one of the most obvious and most evasive things in the whole spiritual paradigm. When, you look at all the Holy Scriptures, light, Jesus, I am the light of the world. Obviously, he's the sun, and it's all allegory, but still, light, 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 light. Buddha, Nirvana, light, right? Like there's all this light. It's all light. It's eternal. It's unchanging. You know what the only thing in the physical universe that is eternal and unchanging is that we know of? The photon. So, the ancients did not know what a photon was, but they described the light as eternal and unchanging. So, and it's timeless, eternal, because it's timeless. There's no time at the speed of light. So, the fifth element is not exactly spirit. It is, but it might more effectively be described with the term light. Also, the idea that it's consciousness that really catalyzed the process of creation and made it like a habitable zone. If you think of the Philosopher's Stone symbol, which is the circle with a square and then a triangle, and then another one inside of that. But let's just think about the big one first, right? So you have the circle you cast when you do the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. The circle represents your universe, your microcosm that you are God of. What comes in it is up to you. What goes out of it is up to you. You are the master of that circle. And when you go around to the different corners and you acknowledge the directions and you draw the pentagrams, you now have a square. And if you add the fifth element up, so now you have a dimension up, right? So now we're 3D. And you connect those lines from each corner of the square. What do you have? A pyramid. And what is it that is at the top of that point? Consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the light. So that's something to mull over. Man, that would be really funny if there actually was 20,000 Bitcoins in my wallet. If I could take over the world, it would be hilarious, you know? Even just if I could like have a bunch of press pointed at me and like get on the mainstream news and say a bunch of shit to the United States, that would be great. Probably wouldn't do anything, but it'd be funny. The Hermetic teachings are that not only is everything in constant movement, vibration, but that the differences between the various manifestations of the universal power are due entirely to the varying rate and mode of vibrations. Not only this, but that even the all in itself manifests a constant vibration of such an infinite degree of intensity and rapidity that it may practically be considered at rest. The teachers directing the attention of the students to the fact that even on the physical plane, a rapidly moving object, such as a revolving wheel, seems to be at rest. Modern science has proven that all that we call matter and energy are but modes of vibratory motion. And some of the more advanced scientists are rapidly moving toward the position of occultists, like Tesla, who hold that the phenomena of mind are likewise modes of vibration or motion. Let us see what science has to say regarding the question of vibrations in matter and energy. In the first place, science teaches that all matter manifests, in some degree, the vibrations arising from temperature or heat. But an object, cold or hot, both being but degrees of the same thing, manifests certain heat vibrations, and in that sense is in motion and vibration. Then all particles of matter are in circular movement from corpuscle to suns. The planets revolve around suns, and many of them turn on their axes. The suns move around greater central points, and these are believed to move around still greater, and so on ad infinitum. The molecules of which the particular kinds of matter are composed are in a state of constant vibration and movement around each other and against each other. The molecules are composed of atoms, which likewise are in a state of constant motion and vibration. The atoms are composed of corpuscles. I guess he means particles when he says that. Sometimes called electrons, ions, etc., which also are in a state of rapid motion, revolving around each other, and which manifest a very rapid state and mode of vibration. And so we see that all forms of matter manifest vibration in accordance with the Hermetic principle of vibration. And so it is with the various forms of energy. Science teaches that light, heat, magnetism, and electricity are but forms of vibratory motion connected in some way with and probably emanating from the ether, so moving through the field. In the modern parlance, science does not yet attempt to explain the nature of the phenomenon known as cohesion, which is the principle of molecular attraction. Well, we do now, but it's 100 years ago. Or chemical affinity, which is the principle of atomic attraction, nor gravitation, the greatest mystery of the three, which is the principle of attraction by which every particle or mass of matter is bound to every other particle or mass. These three forms of energy are not as yet understood by science, yet the writers incline to the opinion that these two are manifestations of some form of vibratory energy, a fact which the Hermeticists have held and taught for ages past. The universal ether, or electromagnetic field, which is postulated by science without its nature being understood clearly, is held by the Hermeticists to be but a higher manifestation of that which is erroneously called matter. That is to say, matter at a higher degree of vibration, and is called by them the ethereal substance. The Hermeticists teach that this ethereal substance is of extreme tenuity and elasticity and pervades universal space, serving as a medium of transmission of waves of vibratory energy, such as heat, light, electricity, magnetism, etc. The teachings are that the ethereal substance is a connecting link between the forms of vibratory energy known as matter on the one hand and energy or force on the other, and also that it manifests a degree of vibration and rate and mode entirely on its own. Okay, so skipped a few pages because, sometimes he just goes on a bit too much about the same stuff. When an object reaches a certain rate of vibration, its molecules disintegrate and resolve themselves into the original elements or atoms. Then the atoms, following the principle of vibration, are separated into the countless particles of which they are composed. And finally, even the particles disappear, and the object may be said to be composed of the ethereal substance. Science does not dare to follow the illustration further, but the Hermeticists teach that if the vibrations are continually increased, the object would mount up the successive states of manifestation and would in turn manifest the various mental stages and then on spiritward until it would finally re-enter the all, which is absolute spirit or nothingness. The object, however, would have ceased to be an object long before the stage of ethereal substance was reached, but otherwise the illustration is correct. It must be remembered in the above illustration that at the stages at which the object throws off vibrations of light and heat, it is not actually resolved into those forms of energy, which are much higher in the scale, but simply that it reaches a degree of vibration in which those forms of energy are liberated in a degree from the confining influence of its molecules, atoms, and particles, as the case may be. These forms of energy, although much higher in the scale than matter, are imprisoned and confined in the material combinations by reason of the energies manifesting through and using material forms, but thus becoming entangled and confined in their creations of material forms, which to an extent is true of all creations, the creating force becoming involved in its creation. So that reminds me of something that I encountered the other day in Albert Pike's, I don't think I have it here, Morals and Dogma, where he mentions that Apollo was also known as the liberator of elements. Now, when the sun, at the end of its life, I guess, expands, eventually the heat will be so great here on Earth that the elements, the molecules that comprise all of the matter will separate. And so Aleister Crowley made the analogy that, the one molecule of carbon may begin in a star, and then it is at the bottom of the ocean, and then the ocean recedes and mountains are formed, and it becomes part of a piece of granite, and that granite is crushed, and the carbon ends up in a mineral deposit that is coal, and it becomes diamond, and then eventually when the sun swells and the great heat causes that original unit of carbon to emerge from the diamond again, as would be the case with great heat. He was likening it to reincarnation, right? The monad, the individual soul, does the same thing. It goes through this transmigration, the metempsychosis of reincarnation, and emerges at the end of it unchanged despite all of its permutations. And at any rate, that just kind of reminded me of the fact that the Greeks called Apollo, who is the sun, the liberator of elements. Like, how the fuck would they know that great heat would cause the elements to separate? I mean, it's really, really wild. But the Hermetic teachings go much further than modern science. They teach that all manifestation of thought, emotion, reason, will, or desire, or any mental state or condition, are accompanied by vibrations, a portion of which are thrown off, and which tend to affect the minds of other persons by induction. Yeah, and that is something that's really important to my own life. This is the principle which produces the phenomena of telepathy, mental influence, and other forms of the action and power of mind over mind, from which the general public is rapidly becoming acquainted. He's a little bit optimistic about a lot of this. Owing to the wide dissemination of occult knowledge by the various schools, cults, teachers along those lines at this time. Okay, so a couple of things here. So the Grateful Dead, their real point of their existence was that they communicated a very specific type of consciousness non-verbally. And they would improvise, and in these moments where the group mind took over, there was like a charge of gnosis-inducing energy that would ripple out into the audience and change the consciousness of the people there. And so in South American shamanism, the same thing happens with the Icaros. And in my own life, I have had several experiences where I set out to do the same thing the Grateful Dead was doing, but I did not write about it. You know what I mean? It's not like there was a website that said like, we're trying to telepathically tell you shit. It wasn't like that at all. And the bass player and I one night were walking out, and there was this girl with like a Misfits tattoo, not high on LSD or anything, and she stopped us and said, "Can I tell you what you taught me about music tonight?" And we're like, "Sure." And then she proceeded to explain to me what I would have said the Grateful Dead did to me. And so that idea that these vibrations can transmit the basic essence of consciousness between people is absolutely certainly valid. No fucking doubt about that. And I have also experienced telepathy that can't be dismissed. On one occasion, my girlfriend had gone way up on a mountain about a mile away, and I went through this crazy process. And when she found me again, she knew every thought, every word of every thought that had gone through my head. She recited all of it exactly. She knew I had petted a Burmese mountain dog and a tear had run down my eye, and that she needed to find me because I didn't have the keys and I was cold. It was Telluride and I couldn't get in the car, and like just everything, So just for what it's worth, that these type of phenomena are 100% legit. So every thought, emotion, or mental state has its corresponding rate and mode of vibration, and by an effort of the will of the person or of other persons, these mental states may be reproduced, just as a musical tone may be reproduced by causing an instrument to vibrate at a certain rate, just as color may be reproduced in the same way. By a knowledge of the principle of vibration as applied to mental phenomena, one may polarize his mind at any degree he wishes, thus gaining a perfect control over his mental states, moods, etc. In the same way, he may affect the minds of others, producing the desired mental states in them. In short, he may be able to produce on the mental plane that which science produces on the physical plane, namely vibrations at will. This power, of course, may be acquired only by the proper instruction, exercises, practice, etc., the science being that of mental transmutation, one of the branches of the Hermetic art, or magic, which is the most difficult and subtle of all of the branches of physics. And also, something else occurred to me that, when you think of a magician using an element to impose his will, man may order the molecules of air in such a way as to inflame the passions of men to kill each other in war. We don't think about these things this way, but that's what actually happens. And then again, we talked about this earlier with the entrainment. So lower cycles, pulses, oscillations, entrain with the higher. This is a law. This is not woo. This is a law of the universe. So if it's true that evolving your consciousness to a higher vibration, or evolving your consciousness causes you to vibrate at a higher, faster cycle, you are compelling all of the other pulses in the universe to go with you. And your individual influence may not be, the determining factor, but it is a contributing factor. And so that is something that I really feel we all need to remind ourselves of, that, even though we can talk to people till we're blue in the face and they don't hear a fucking thing, You know, if you are actually doing the work to evolve, then you are bringing everyone else with you, whether they like it or not. And they will like it, because it's good. So keep up the good works, folks. I believes in you. And so, a little reflection on what we have said will show the student that the principle of vibration underlies the wonderful phenomena of the power manifested by the masters and adepts, who are able to apparently set aside the laws of nature, but who in reality are simply using one law against another, one principle against another, and who accomplish their results by changing their vibrations of material objects or forms of energy, perform what are commonly perceived as miracles. But it is true that you cannot override the laws of the universe. God cannot do that. If you changed anything, it would all be destroyed. In fact, I had this really powerful San Pedro experience once where I suddenly was in a sea of what appeared to be photons, and I could see trillions of them for like 1,000,000 miles. It was unbelievable. And it's actually a very common vision, I found out later, because I found a kid in a bush that was naked, and he was babbling about the billions and trillions and billions and trillions. I knew exactly what he was looking at. And then the San Pedro shaman walked up, and he's like, "It's a dialogue with the light, is it not?" So these little photons, which I instantly understood to be like particles, but also somehow monads, like units of consciousness, I could zoom in on them, and they were tesseracts. A tesseract is a shape that one of the dimensions is in time. So it's not that it's not actually the whole thing is there, but it's moving in time. So you can only see the part of it that's in the same point in time as you. And I could zoom them in and like examine them real closely. And then I zoomed it back out, and the cactus is like, "Watch this." And it extinguished one of them, and I disappeared. I ceased to exist. It was fucking terrifying. When I came back, it was terrifying, because it's not like everything turned black. It's not like it was clear. I just didn't exist. And I can't remember what led me to It was basically showing me that if any one tiny constituent element of the universe was deleted, the whole fucking thing would disappear. So this is why people fail at magic, because in order to make it work, there have to be conduits for the energy to flow in order to manifest things. People also become atheists because they ask God to do something impossible, and that's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. And then a really adept magician is a person who is not overriding the laws of the universe. He is using them with such skill that he appears to be transcending them. As one of the old Hermetic writers has truly said, "He who understands the principle of vibration has grasped the scepter of power." Om. Never fixes it all, so everyone has hypercube. Yeah. Where are we at now? Polarity. Should we keep going? I mean, there's a bunch of us. So oh man, that was a big drop. 1,540 views on this. What the fuck? Average view duration 1 minute. Oh my god. What is going on, man? That is crazy. Thelonious Terp. All right, polarity. This is a good one. It's a good one. Polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. The universe is a bunch of antinomies interacting to produce a third thing of a higher nature. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All of these things are true and false, and it is both true and false to say that they are true and false. The old paradoxes which have ever perplexed the mind of men are explained by an understanding of this principle. Man has always recognized something akin to this principle and has endeavored to express it by such sayings, maxims, and aphorisms as the following. Everything is and isn't at the same time. All truths are but half-truths. Every truth is half false. There are two sides to everything. There is a reverse side to every shield, etc., etc. The Hermetic teachings are to the effect that the difference between things seemingly diametrically opposed to each other is merely a matter of degree. It teaches that pairs of opposites may be reconciled, and that thesis and antithesis are identical in nature, but different in degree, and that the universal reconciliation of opposites is effected by a recognition of this principle of polarity. The teachers claim that illustrations of this principle may be had on every hand, and from an examination into the real nature of anything. They begin by showing that spirit and matter are but the two poles of the same thing, especially if you call spirit light, because matter is light in a frozen wave, standing wave. So there's that. Principle we have in every hand, and the difference between spirit and matter being degrees of vibration. They show that the all and the many are the same, the difference being merely a matter of degree of mental manifestation. Thus the law and laws are the two opposite poles of one thing. Likewise, principle and principles, infinite mind and finite minds. Then, passing on to the physical plane, they illustrate the principle by showing that heat and cold are identical in nature, the differences being merely a matter of degree. The thermometer shows many degrees of temperature, the lowest pole being called cold and the highest heat. Between those two poles are many degrees of heat or cold. Call them either, and you are equally correct. The higher of 2 degrees is always warmer, while the lower is always colder. There is no absolute standard. All is a matter of degree. There is no place on the thermometer where heat ceases and cold begins. It is all a matter of higher or lower vibrations. The very terms high and low, which we are compelled to use, are but poles of the same thing. The terms are relative, so with east and west. Travel around the world in an eastward direction, and you reach a point that is called west at your starting point, and you return from that westward point. Travel far enough north, and you will find yourself traveling south. Light and darkness are poles of the same thing, with many degrees between them. The musical scale is the same. Start with C, you move upward until you reach another C, and so on. The differences between the two ends of the board being the same, with many degrees between the two extremes. The scale of color is the same, higher and lower vibrations being the only difference between high violet and low red. Large and small are relative, noise and quiet, hard and soft, likewise sharp and dull, positive and negative, two poles of the same thing with countless degrees between them. Good and bad are not absolute. We call one end of the scale good and the other bad, or one end good and the other evil, according to our preference of use of the terms. A thing is less good than the thing higher in the scale, but that less good thing in turn is more good than the thing next below it, and so on. And so it is on the mental plane. Love and hate are generally regarded as being things diametrically opposed to each other, entirely different and unreconcilable. But we apply the principle of polarity, we find that there is no such thing as absolute love or absolute hate as distinguished from each other. The two are merely terms applied to the two poles of the same thing. Beginning at any point of the scale, we find more love or less hate as we ascend the scale, and more hate or less love as we descend. This being true no matter from what point, higgity high or liggity low, we may start. There are degrees of love and hate, and there is a middle point where like and dislike become so faint that it is difficult to distinguish between them. Courage and fear come under the same rule. The pairs of opposite exist everywhere. Where you find one thing, you find its opposite. And it is this fact that enables the Hermeticist to transmute one mental state into another along the lines of polarization. Things belonging to different classes cannot be transmuted into each other. We will not turn tin into mushrooms or mushrooms into men. Well, a little bit more advance in genetics, and we might be able to turn mushrooms into men. In fact, like 90% of our DNA is fungal, so that was a bad analogy, but y'all know what I mean. Love never becomes east or west, or red or violet, but it may and often does turn into hate, and likewise hate may be transformed into love by changing its polarity. Courage may be transmuted into fear and the reverse. Hard things may be rendered soft. Dull things become sharp. Hot things become cold. And so on, the transmutation always being between things of the same kind of different degrees. Take the case of a fearful man. By raising his mental vibrations along the line of fear-courage, he can be filled with the highest degree of courage and fearlessness. And likewise, the slothful man may change himself into an active, energetic individual simply by polarizing along the lines of the desired quality. And this is actually the secret to constraining demons to our will. Lust may be transformed into an act of creation. Greed can be transmuted into productive ambition, and so on. Yeah, I mean, my recent split with my partner has compelled me to, work harder, exercise more, and it's really just all this pain and confusion and shock and shame and all of this stuff. But I made a conscious decision to, after a short bender, to use it as fuel to transmute the lead of bullshit into the gold of higher consciousness. And that's what alchemy is really about. And that's what he is describing, maybe a little bit ad nauseum. The student who is familiar with the processes by which the various schools of mental science produce changes in the mental states of those following their teachings may not readily understand the principle underlying many of these changes. When, however, the principle of polarity is grasped and it is seen that the mental changes are occasioned by a change of polarity, a sliding along a scale, the matter is more readily understood. The change is not in the nature of a transmutation of one thing into another thing entirely different. It's more like a slider on a mixing board. The change is not in the nature of a transmutation of one thing into another thing entirely different, but it is merely a change of degree in the same things, a vastly important difference. And so when you are doing alchemy with a physical object, is mercury metal? Yes. Is lead metal? Yes. Is gold metal? Yes. So, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have probably heard me say this before, but in Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, he describes how you use mercury as the transformative agent and you hit it with an electrical shock. Now we know that you can zap mercury with electricity, knock a proton off, and it becomes gold. So it's just really expensive, in case you're wondering why people aren't all doing this to get rich and, tanking the price of gold and all that. For instance, borrowing an analogy from the physical plane, it is impossible to change heat into sharpness, loudness into highness, but heat may readily be transmitted into cold. Kind of already went through that. Fear can be transformed into love. Yeah, this is redundant now. In addition to the changing of the poles of one's own mental states by the operation of the art of polarization, the phenomena of mental influence in its manifold phases shows us that the principle may be extended so as to embrace the phenomena of the influence of one mind over that of another, of which so much has been written and taught of late years. When it is understood that mental induction is possible, that mental states may be produced by induction from others, then we can readily see how a certain rate of vibration or polarization of a certain mental state may be communicated to another person, and his polarity in that class of mental states thus changed. It is along this principle that the results of many of the mental treatments are obtained. For instance, a person is blue, melancholy, and full of fear. A mental scientist, I guess he means a psychologist, bringing his own mind up to the desired vibration by his trained will, and thus obtaining the desired polarization in his own case, then produces a similar mental state in the other by induction. The result being that the vibrations are raised and the person polarizes toward the positive end of the scale instead of toward the negative, and his fear and other negative emotions are transmuted into courage and similar positive states. Timothy Leary actually cited that as exactly the reason why he did not like the current school of psychological thinking. That what was really happening is that the psychologist had his own games going on, and he would just impose those games on the patient. It's not necessarily an improvement, it's just transference of a sort, and hollow. And so, he proposed that the transcendental experience was a much better psychologist than a psychologist. A knowledge of the existence of this great hermetic principle will enable the student to better understand his own mental states and those of other people. He will see that these states are all matters of degree, and seeing thus, he will be able to raise or lower the vibration at will, to change his mental poles, and thus be master of his mental states, instead of being their servant and slave. And by his knowledge, he will be able to aid his fellows intelligently, and by the appropriate methods, change the polarity when the same is desirable. We advise all students to familiarize themselves with this principle of polarity, for a correct understanding of the same will throw light on many difficult subjects. And the next chapter is Rhythm, man. Rhythm. If anyone is inclined to support the channel, those addresses in the chat that just popped up are all sorts of options. I am demonetized, and also if you join my Patreon, you have access to 5 years of material that is not found on my main channel. And also I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. Check in with the chat and see if there's anything that warrants a response. What's up, May? What blows my mind, man, is that so many of you guys have been around for so long. That's really wild. This channel has been a hell of a ride, man. A lot has happened. A lot has happened. And I've met more than a dozen of you guys, I think, in person, despite the fact that none of you live on this continent. People have come from as far away as Australia. And almost an Aborigine came once. I was really sad that he didn't make it, although it seemed a little bit almost weird, like the tables should have been turned or something. All right. So, by the way, you guys, if you have any questions or subjects you would like me to address, even if it deviates from the subject matter of the book, feel free. There's just so much stuff in the chat now that I'm in the UK. You ever come to this shithole? No, I haven't, but somebody did offer me a place to stay there, so eventually I'll probably take him up on it and come and visit. I'd like to eventually, go visit all the people that have invited me to New Zealand and the UK and different places in the United States. It'd be cool to go on a tour to, all the subscribers that have invited me and make videos. It would be expensive, that's the problem. Rhythm. Everything flows out and in, systole and diastole, breathe in, breathe out. Everything has its tides. And so I really do think this idea of the quantum loop is probably correct, because it's true. The systole and diastole, expansion and contraction, the blinking of the eye of Shiva, one expands into zero, zero collapses into one. It tracks. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. And this is something you can see the elites in the United States use, because they go left, and then they change a little bit of meaningless shit, and then they swing back to the right, and they undo it all. And then 4 or 8 years later, they They swing it back to the left and undo all the shit they did on the right. And so what happens? The trajectory maintains exactly the same course. Nothing ever really changes because the pendulum is always swinging back and forth, and the trajectory remains the same. The song remains the same, even. The great fifth Hermetic principle, the principle of rhythm, embodies the truth that in everything there is manifested a measured motion, a to and from movement, a flow and inflow, a swing forward and a swing backward, a pendulum-like movement, a tide-like ebb and flow, a high tide and a low tide between the two poles manifest on the physical, mental, or spiritual planes. The principle of rhythm is closely connected with the principle of polarity described in the preceding chapter. Rhythm manifests between the two poles established by the principle of polarity. This does not mean, however, that the pendulum of rhythm swings to the extreme poles, for this rarely happens. In fact, it is difficult to establish the extreme polar opposites in the majority of cases. This is why when you look at, speaking of left and right, the majority of them are not the ones that Fox and CNN are pointing the cameras at. Those are the rare extremists. Those are the ones that they try to convince the other side represent the norm, the average. But the pendulum rarely swings to the outermost regions. And so that's why you have smaller number of fringe extremists than, and that is what all of this is helping you to understand, to really see the mechanisms that are at work in the universe. No matter what system you're talking about, physical, non-physical, political, organic, non-organic, whatever, it's all governed by the same rules and mechanisms and stuff and crap and junk and things too. WD-40. There is always an action and reaction, an advance and a retreat, a rising and a sinking, manifested in all of the airs and phenomena of the universe, suns, worlds, men, animals, plants, minerals, forces, energy, mind, and matter, and yes, even spirit manifest this principle. The principle manifests in the creation and destruction of the worlds, in the rise and fall of nations, in the life history of all things, and finally, in the mental states of man. Beginning with the manifestations of spirit of the all, it will be noticed that there is ever the outpouring and the indrawing, the outbreathing and inbreathing of Brahma, as the Brahmins word it. Universes are created, reach their extreme low point of materiality, and then begin their upward swing. Suns spring into being, and then their height of power being reached, the process of retrogression begins, and after aeons, they become dead masses of matter, awaiting another impulse, which starts again their inner energies into activity, and a new solar life cycle is begun. And thus it is with all the worlds. They are born, grow, and die, only to be reborn. And thus it is with all the things of shape and form. They swing from action to reaction, from birth to death, from activity to inactivity, and then back again. Thus it is with all living things. They are born, grow, and die, and then are reborn. So it is with all great movements, philosophies, creeds, fashions, governments, nations, and all else, birth, growth, maturity, decadence, death, and then new birth. The swing of the pendulum is ever in evidence. And another way to think about this is order and chaos. What's going on, Johan? Dude says good morning to me almost every single day of his life. And of course I appreciate it, but it's crazy how rarely you miss that. I don't know if you ever miss it, actually. And yes, dead fish cheese spread, I'm getting the guitar fixed. And the thing is, you guys have not seen any, if you like my playing, know that it has been at like 60% because my guitar, the action has been so high and the frets are missing. They're all worn down and stuff because I've been in the jungle with it for 6 years. So if I manage to get it all straightened out, I'll be so much better. And I will feel so much better about it, So I'm working on it, man. I got strings today, so hopefully I can get a hold of the luthier. He hasn't answered my calls. And also, I appreciate so many people in the chat have mentioned that. What was I saying? Manifest on the spirit of the Lord knows there's an out. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's something really good. Oh, yeah. Order and chaos, right? It's the same sort of thing, because life is a sort of compounding of symmetry and order and the opposite of entropy. And, when things decay, it's like chaos and dissolution. And then a new order emerges. And so when the mystic or shaman goes insane, the dark night of the soul, or the crossing of the abyss, or the dweller on the threshold process, or whatever it is, just the general psychosis before you enter into the shamanic state of mind, it's a breaking up of the order of the old mind, because you have to create space in order for the parts to move and reconfigure. So that's, the reason behind the new order emerging from chaos. That's why the world is so fucking crazy right now. And the thing is, every time there's a revolution, and I don't mean that necessarily in the terms of like Molotov cocktails, I mean like turn, we're turning again. What was I saying? Every time there's a revolution, there has to be a breaking apart in order for the new order to emerge. And so, again, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about a person transitioning to a shaman, or a civilization transitioning to a different type of civilization. There's going to be this period of chaos that allows the space for the new order to reconfigure and emerge. The swing of the pendulum is ever in evidence. Night follows day, and day follows close on the heels of the night. The pendulum swings from summer to winter, and then back again. The particles, atoms, molecules, and all masses of matter swing around the circle of their nature. They ride the spiral to the end, and may just go where no one's been. There is no such thing as absolute rest or cessation from movement. And all movement partakes of rhythm. The principle is of universal application. It may be applied to any question or any phenomena of any of the many planes of life. It may be applied to all phases of human activity. There is always the rhythmic swing from one pole to the other. The universal pendulum is ever in motion. The tides of life flow in and out according to law. Just watch your bank account. The principle of, might be more outflowing than inflowing lately, but the universal pendulum is ever in motion. The tides of life flow in and out according to law. The principle of rhythm is well understood by modern science and is considered a universal law as applied to material things. But the Hermeticists carry the principle much further and know that its manifestations and influence extend to the mental activities of man, and that it accounts for the bewildering succession of moods, feelings, and other annoying and perplexing changes that we notice in ourselves. And now we come to another one of those sort of cruxes of the apostrophe, where there is an opportunity to mine some actual applicable knowledge from this stuff. And, I'm sure all of you guys realize that there are seconds, and there are nanoseconds, and then there are whatever the fuck when they do quantum experiments, and there's like 100 trillion of them in 100 billionth of a second or something, because they happen in such tiny units of time, and there's tiny little intervals, and even those tiny intervals add up to greater movements. So we have the nanoseconds and seconds and minutes and hours and days and months and years, but then you can extend that to cycles that were measured by the Mayans and whatnot. And so it has been my observation that there are discernible cycles within the life of every human being. One of these we call the Saturn return. And I would have died if I didn't go to prison for my Saturn return. It's your Saturn return. Lifts you up like a child, full of light and innocence, or drags you down like a stone. The Grudge by Tool is a great poetic description of this process. And then there's several of them in your life, depending on how long you live, right? So in my opinion, also, there are 10-year cycles that I know. Like, I'm going through a certain stage every time I'm 21, 31, 41, 51, 61. I know that it's like almost like a reset, And in the Kabbalistic system, it makes sense in terms of the way consciousness changes, and it's like the addition of a zero behind a number in the same way that it amplifies the actual quantity. It amplifies the essence of the number in a numerological sense. So 30 is like, and then 1 is 11 is the number of magical expansion. So it's like the 10 is the arrival in the new stage, but then the 1 is like the active principle. So when you reach 11, you're like actually doing it rather than just arriving there. And so 31, 41, 51, 61, 71 is when the action starts to hit, those sort of things. And so that's kind of like one of the uses of understanding this kind of knowledge. You can kind of time your pendulum swings. This is the way women track their menstrual cycle. They know about how long it's going to be before the pendulum swings back. They know about how their emotions are going to react. And they learn eventually what kind of things they want to have around and what kind of activities they're going to engage in, like curled up in a blanket, watching TV or whatever, eating ice cream. I don't know. You know what I mean, though? And so you don't have to have a menstrual cycle to anticipate these cycles, because there are all kinds of different cycles. And that's the applicable the use case for this kind of stuff. The Hermetic Masters long since discovered that while the principle of rhythm was invariable and ever in evidence in mental phenomena, still there were two planes of its manifestation so far as mental phenomena are concerned. They discovered that there were two general planes of consciousness, abajo y arriba, the understanding of which fact enabled them to rise to the higher plane and thus escape the swing of the rhythmic pendulum which manifested on the lower plane. In other words, the swing of the pendulum occurred on the unconscious plane and the consciousness was not affected. This they call the law of neutralization. Its operations consist in the raising of the ego above the vibrations of the unconscious plane of mental activity, so that the negative swing of the pendulum is not manifested in consciousness and therefore are not affected. It is akin to rising above a thing and letting it pass beneath you. And this is extremely important and extremely powerful, because most people tend to undo their progress. So there's a step backward for every step forward, and a step forward for every step backward. So nothing is ever really accomplished. But if you understand that is a swing of the pendulum, and you understand the rhythm, and you understand your own, you have been mindful, and you have been tracking your reactions, and you know yourself, and then you're aware of all these processes, and you're aware of how the unconscious interacts with the conscious, and you learn how to use one law, which is the conscious, against the subconscious to subvert the effects of this tendency for things to cancel. All systems are tending towards homeostasis, and that includes everything that a person does. It's trying to cancel out to zero. The entire universe is an equation resetting to zero, according to occultists 200 years ago and modern physicists today. So this is one of the most important things that we can understand. Where do you live, Morningstar? I can tell you what mushroom strains grow in your area. The Hermetic Master or advanced student polarizes himself at the desired pole, and by a process akin to refusing to participate in the backward swing, or if you prefer, a denial of its influence over him, he stands firm in his polarized position and allows the mental pendulum to swing back along the unconscious plane, but he does not participate. All individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery accomplish this more or less unknowingly, and by refusing to allow their moods and negative mental states to affect them, they apply the law of neutralization. The master, however, carries this to a much higher degree of proficiency, and by the use of his will, he attains a degree of poise and mental firmness almost impossible of belief on the part of those who allow themselves to be swung backward and forward by the mental pendulum of moods and feelings. The importance of this will be appreciated by any thinking person who realizes what creatures of moods, feelings, and emotions the majority of people are, and how little mastery of themselves they manifest. If you will stop and consider a moment, you will realize how much these swings of rhythm have affected you in your life. How a period of enthusiasm has been invariably followed by an opposite feeling and mood of depression. An interesting one for me is that whenever I really am gonna fucking double down and crush everything, and I really mean it, and I'm just starting to, I'll get sick every fucking time without fail. And people would say, well, that's I don't know, what is it called when it's psychosomatic. It's not, because there will be somebody, my son's sick and I get it. You know what I mean? You can see how it was transmitted in the physical world. So it's a wild thing to see these things manifest, and then of course the answer is that I have to prepare by taking extra minerals and you know what I mean, and just do everything you can to boost your immune system when you realize that you should do it anyways, but it's a wild thing without fail, every single time, as long as I can remember, when I really am I'm gonna fucking smash shit now, I get sick as hell for a week. Are you talking about the country Georgia or the state Georgia? Because if you're talking about the state Georgia, just go pick them. There's fucking 15 different types of psilocybes that grow in Georgia. If it's the country Georgia, then you probably have psilocybe. Dude, come on. Email me or something, and I will tell you what to look for and where to look for it. You have all kinds of psilocybin mushrooms. Very easy. Send me pictures. I'll make sure that they're identified correctly. It's not hard. Trust me. So just shoot me an email. The email is in all the descriptions of all my videos, and I will help you. I'll tell you which strains to look for, where to look for them, and send me pictures and I'll make sure you don't die. At the very least. The will is superior to the conscious manifestation of this principle. Although the principle itself can never be destroyed, we may escape its effects, but the principle operates nevertheless. The magician has the inertia of the universe to assist him. The pendulum ever swings, riggedy, 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 row, although we may escape being carried along with it. There are other features of the operation of this principle of rhythm of which we wish to speak at this point. Why would he have to say that? Just, that's what I mean about the sometimes superfluous, pompous style here. That whole sentence is 3 lines long, and it does not need to be there. Just say the thing. Don't tell us you want to say the thing. Just say the thing. Anyways, there comes into its operations that which is known as the law of compensation. This is why black magicians end up getting figgity fucked in the biggity butt. Because they have no compensation. That's part of the reason anyways. It's the law of compensation. One of the definitions or meanings of the word compensation is to counterbalance, which is the sense in which the Hermeticists use the term. It is the law of compensation to which the Kybalion refers when it says, the measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The law of compensation is that the swing in one direction determines the swing in the opposite direction, or to the opposite pole. The one balances or counterbalances the other. On the physical plane, we see many examples of this law. The pendulum of the clock swings a certain distance to the right and then an equal distance to the left. The seasons balance each other in the same way. The tides follow the same law, and the same law is manifested in all the phenomena of rhythm. The pendulum, with a short swing in one direction, has but a short swing in the other, while the long swing to the right invariably means the long swing to the left. And again, you can see this everywhere. You know how they say history repeats itself, right? The one way to think about that, I think that there are Fibonacci patterns in time. I have never been able to find a map of this, but I'm sure. Terence McKenna called it novelty. I think it's basically saying the same thing. But if you look at down to the smallest details, right? We have a bunch of racial shit going on in the United States. We're on the verge of a pointless war or 50. Psychedelics are making a huge renaissance. There's a Kennedy running for president. You guys ever heard this story before? 1962, maybe in the United States. All the fucking details are the same. It's a revolution, swinging of the pendulum, cyclical. All of these laws being described in the Kybalion apply. But even down to the fact that there's a fucking Kennedy running for president. I mean, it's really just some wild shit. And it's like, the pattern is the same, but the amplitude or the, it's on a bigger scale. Okay, so where are we at here? There are other features. The force with which a projectile is sent upward a mile is reproduced when the projectile returns to the Earth on its return journey. This law is constant on the physical plane, as reference to the standard authorities will show you. But the Hermeticists carry it still further. They teach that a man's mental states are subject to the same law. The man who enjoys keenly is subject to keen suffering, while he who feels little pain is capable of feeling but little joy. Be strong, then canst thou bear more joy. The pig suffers but little mentally and enjoys but little. He is compensated. On the other hand, there are other animals who enjoy keenly, but whose nervous organism and temperament cause them to suffer exquisite degrees of pain. And so it is with man. There are temperaments which permit of but low degrees of enjoyment and equally low degrees of suffering, while there are others which permit the most intense enjoyment but also the most intense suffering. Risk versus reward. The rule is that the capacity for pain and pleasure in each individual are balanced. The law of compensation is in full operation, but let's take this a step further. Well, Levi, messing around with Brumansia is definitely something that should be done with an experienced sitter, I guess. I mean, I drink 2 flowers before I go to sleep a few nights a week, and you'll notice double vision, and you'll sleep really well, and have insane dreams, where you can keep waking up, and you can't tell whether you're asleep or not. But if you get up and go running around, if you don't stay in bed, anything could happen. I described in the last stream actually what happened the other night when some of the strains here are much stronger than they are in Ecuador, and so it was a little bit stronger than I was expecting. Because I only use it for insomnia and inflammation. But I would wake up and I would see coins all in my bed and try to pick them up, and my fingers would pass right through them. And then I would fall asleep and everything looked the same, but there would be something strange happening, and that's how I knew some of it was dreams. Like the thumbnail I was going to use for the next day, there was a guy, it was on the wall, and there was a guy explaining what all the symbols meant and stuff. And then he would be gone, and I was laying in my bed again, and my partner was there that I just split up with. And I asked her to put the coins in my hand, and it was a little bit easier to hold on to them if she handed them to me, but I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to distinguish between reality and non-reality with tropane alkaloids, you got to be really careful, not to mention that they can be toxic. So, yeah. Okay, that's where I was going with this. This is the hard thing. Because a lot of you guys probably don't even want to hear this, and you'll probably refuse to believe it. Thing is, the truth does not need your cooperation. Everything is compensated for. This is why they say that most people choose the middle way, right? They don't want to be Bob Weir and be in the Grateful Dead since he was 16 years old and born into adopted by one of the wealthiest families in the world, and then a rock star. He's still filling stadiums. He's like 80 years old. Like, his next life, according to this theory, is he's going to be like a leprosy-ridden, like, orphan in Haiti, some ghetto somewhere. You know what I mean? So, there are other ideas about this, but I think this compensation thing is probably correct, and it's why most people just want to be normal and not go up too high or down too low, because every orgasm will be paid for with a headache. You know what I mean? Every pleasure will be paid for with pain. Every single person will compensate for every single thing they experience. It's just how the universe works. You can understand it by understanding that everything tends towards homeostasis. So whenever you create a dip, there's something pulling you back to zero, to baseline. Whenever you create a peak, there's something pulling you back to baseline. And so, but because of the pendulum and the momentum, it's not just to baseline. It's equally down and then to baseline. So, all the way down here, you're going to go way up there and then back to baseline. And then another little adventure. But negative and positive poles, swing of the pendulum, pretty much equal. That's how it works. Kind of a bitch, but that's what's up. Welcome to the perils of living in 3D. The law of compensation plays an important part in the lives of men and women. It will be noticed that one generally pays the price of anything he possesses or lacks. If he has one thing, he lacks another. The balance is struck. No one can keep his penny and have the bit of cake at the same time. Everything has its pleasant and unpleasant sides. The things that one gains are always paid for by the things that one loses. The rich possesses much that the poor lack, while the poor often possess things that are beyond the reach of the rich. Men were created equally, but it was distributed differently. The millionaire may have the inclination towards feasting and the wealth wherewith to secure all the dainties and luxuries of the table, while he lacks the appetite to enjoy the same. He envies the appetite and digestion of the laborer, who lacks the wealth and inclinations of the millionaire, and who gets more pleasure from his plain food than the millionaire could obtain even if his appetite were not jaded, nor his digestion ruined, for the wants, habits, and inclinations differ. And so it is through life. The law of compensation is ever in operation, striving to balance and counterbalance, and always succeeding in time, even though several lives may be required for the return of the pendulum rhythm. See, it's that several lives may be required. And that's one of the reasons, too, you see Adolf Hitler, and nothing happens to him, really, but he's got all of eternity to suffer 6 million deaths. So, don't be so sure that the universe isn't just. Causation. 3 hours. 3 hours. I hope that some of you guys have joined the Patreon or something, because this is a lot of time for a demonetized channel, man. Nope. Man, all right. Good night, motherfuckers. I'm just kidding. Liberty caps will be found in the Northwest and the Northeast in the United States and throughout Europe. The study session is on fire. Is that what this is? My PayPal better be on fire then, son. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. Word. The great six hermetic principle, the principle of cause and effect, embodies the truth that law pervades the universe, that nothing happens by chance. The chance is merely a term indicating cause existing but not recognized or perceived. That phenomena is continuous without break or exception. Now, I don't quite agree with that, because as far as I can tell, and according to the earlier parts of the Kybalion, there is equal parts antinomies. That means there is just as much order as there is chaos. And that means that even if you have a destiny and you are on your highest path and you go outside tomorrow and there's a random shooting, you get shot in the head, and that's chaos. It increases your chances of success, I think, to align yourself with higher orders of symmetry. But there are no guarantees. There are no guarantees. It's all a roll of the dice to some extent. So, and then some people say, well, from a different perspective, the chaos is order, and from a different perspective, the order is chaos. But if you change your perspective so that what was chaos is now order, the order is now chaos, and the chaos is now order. So either way, there's still fucking chaos. You know what I mean? That argument it doesn't work. Different perspectives, and the stuff switches sides. Okay, well, they both still exist. Didn't get rid of anything. You can't, So I don't believe that. I don't think that maybe from a position like outside of it all and totally above it, it all has some sort of functionality. But certainly relative to where we are now, there's chaos. And this is actually one of the deepest and scariest secrets of the mysteries. I hate when it comes time to talk about it, even kind of, because people don't like it. I don't blame them. It's dangerous knowledge in the wrong hands and even the right hands. Chance is merely a term indicating cause existing but not recognized or perceived. The principle of cause and effect underlies all scientific thought, ancient and modern, and was enunciated by the Hermetic teachers in the earliest days. While many and varied disputes between the many schools of thought have since arisen, these disputes have been principally upon the details of the operations of the principle, and still more often upon the meaning of certain words. The underlying principle of cause and effect has been accepted as correct by practically all the thinkers of the world worthy of the name. To think otherwise would be to take the phenomena of the universe from the domain of law and order and to relegate it to the control of the imaginary. A little consideration will show anyone that there is in reality no such thing as pure chance. Again, I don't know about that. Webster defines the word chance as follows: a supposed agent or mode of activity other than a force, law, or purpose, the operation or activity of such agent, the supposed effect of such an agent, a happening, a fortuity, a casualty, etc. But a little consideration will show you that there can be no such agent as chance in the sense of something outside of law. It does not require being outside of law. Something outside of cause and effect. It's not outside of cause and effect either. How could there be a something acting in the phenomenal universe independent of the laws, order, and continuity of the latter? Such a something would be entirely independent of the orderly trend of the universe and therefore superior to it. No, it doesn't make it superior to it. We can imagine nothing outside the all being outside of the law, and that only because the all is law in itself. So I feel like he's started on false predicate and is building a structure on something that isn't correct. I mean, we're all human, and like I said earlier, if we had all the answers at any given point, like there would be no point in a Luminostic if the three initiates had gotten it all right, or any of us. I mean, all of our jobs, no matter what it is to pick up the torch of the people that came before us and figure out what they got wrong and fix it. The existence of such a something would render all natural laws ineffective. No, it wouldn't. What are all these weird, a priori, just random statements? There's no basis for any of it. That would plunge the universe into chaotic disorder and lawlessness. there is an absolute function of chaos. There is a necessity for it. If everything was rigidly controlled and perfectly orderly, there would be no deviation from anything. It would be the same exact automatic pattern repeating for all of eternity. So I don't know how this guy could be so advanced in the rest of this book, and then the purpose of chaos is like lost on him. It's mind-boggling. But one of the answers, I think, is that he's older generation. And many times throughout this book, you can kind of sense the influence of the old religions on him. Like he hasn't quite managed, you know what I mean? We're still too kind of entrenched in that. So this is like an artifact of the belief in an omniscient sky god. You know, there can't be any chaos. It's not consistent with my programming. A careful examination will show that what we call chance is merely an expression relating to obscure causes that we do not perceive, causes that we cannot understand. The word chance is derived from a word meaning to fall, as the falling of dice. The idea being that the fall of the dice and many other happenings are merely a happening unrelated to any cause. And this is the sense in which the term is generally employed. But when the matter is closely examined, it is seen that there is no chance whatsoever about the fall of the dice. Each time a die falls and displays a certain number, it obeys a law as infallible as that which governs the revolution of the planets around the sun. Back of the fall of the die are causes or chains of causes running back further than the mind can follow. Okay, I do understand that he is saying that there's sort of a predetermination because, you know, you shake the dice, their original position, and the force with which you toss them, and the pull of gravity, and the exertion of all these laws is going to make them do something specific. That doesn't necessarily negate chance, though. That, you know what I mean? You can still have chance and operate within those parameters, I think. So, I mean, I understand what he's positing, but I just don't agree with it. Exactly. No event creates another event. What about cause and effect? But is merely a preceding link in the great orderly chain of events flowing from the creative energy of the all. There is a continuity between all events precedent, consequent, and subsequent. There is a relation existing between everything that has gone before and everything that follows. A stone is dislodged from a mountainside and crashes through a roof of a cottage in the valley below. At first sight, we regard this as a chance effect. But when we examine the matter, we find a great chain of causes behind it. It's not how I understand chance. You know, I feel like it's about, you know, just a deliberate, orderly thing versus I don't know. That's starting to get on my nerves, this chapter. Which gradually disintegrated the piece of rock from a larger piece. Then there were the causes which led to the formation of the mountain and its upheaval by convulsions of nature, and so on ad infinitum. Then we might follow up the causes behind the rain, etc. Then we might consider the existence of the roof. In short, okay, there are causes, but it's still chaos. One other way to think about this is like you have symmetry and then you have asymmetry. The asymmetry is chaos. The symmetry is order, you know? So, gender. Here's a hot button topic for us. Damn, man, am I going to finish this tonight? 12:01. All right, fuck it, let's go for it, guys. At least this chapter, gender, because this is an interesting one. It's two chapters actually, gender and mental gender, and this is a hot button topic, you know, obviously. And I think there's a lot of confusion, and there's a lot of bad shit going on in the world, and there's also a lot of really necessary stuff that arises from this discussion. You know, it is true that gender is on a spectrum, and you know, the right now likes to say there's only two genders. Well, I hate to tell you this, but in 1857, the Oxford Dictionary recognized three genders. In 1857, talk about being behind the times. 1857, you know, and it's male, female, and neutral. So, yeah, gender isn't everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. The great seventh Hermetic principle, the principle of gender, embodies the truth that there is gender manifested in everything, that the masculine and feminine principles are ever present and active in all phases of phenomena on each and every plane of life. At this point, we think it well to call your attention to the fact that gender, in its Hermetic sense, and sex, is the ordinarily accepted use of the term, are not the same. The word gender is derived from the Latin root meaning to beget, to procreate, to generate, to create, to produce. A moment's consideration will show you that the word has a much broader and more general meaning than the term sex, the latter referring to the physical distinctions between male and female living things. Sex is merely a manifestation of gender on a certain plane of the great physical plane, the plane of organic life. We wish to impress this distinction upon your minds for the reason that certain writers who have acquired a smattering of the Hermetic philosophy have sought to identify the seventh Hermetic principle with wild, fanciful, and often reprehensible theories and teachings regarding sex. The office of gender is solely that of creating, producing, and generating, and its manifestations are visible on every plane of phenomena. It is somewhat difficult to produce proofs of this along scientific lines, for the reason that science has not as yet recognized this principle as of universal application, but still some proofs are forthcoming. In the first place, we find a distinct manifestation of the principle of gender among the, he keeps calling them corpuscles, what particles, ions or electrons, which constitute the basis of matter, as science now knows the latter, and which by forming certain combinations form the atom, which until lately was regarded as final and indivisible. And one of the theories, I think, that is popular with New Age, fucking woo-icide agents, people that have gone off the rails on the woo-choo train, is that the universe is out of balance. Squeeze me. I don't know what universe you live in, but look around the world. It's like equal parts good and evil. There's no doubt about it. Light and darkness, right down the middle. Physical light and darkness, right down the middle. It's just stop it. But the best way to see this is that every single particle has an anti-corollary of exact same charge. It is perfectly in balance. But, New Age theosophists like to say, well, it's out of balance and that's why things are evil. No. It will eternally be 50-50, light and darkness, good and evil. Never gonna just suddenly turn into a fucking, infinite after party of blowing lines of fairy dust and huffing unicorn farts for all of eternity, or whatever they think is going to happen. It's never going to happen until we leave duality. Maybe on another plane of existence, the laws are different. But as long as we're on this plane, equal parts, good and bad, period. Cannot be changed. It cannot. If you understand the laws of correspondence and polarity and correspondence, all this stuff, you understand it cannot be altered, ever. Where are we? Which until lately is final and indivisible. The atom. The latest word of science is that the atom is composed of a multitude of particles, electrons or ions, revolving around each other and vibrating at a high degree and intensity. Well, not exactly. They're more like blinking in and out of existence than revolving around, but good enough. The accompanying statement is made that the formation of the atom is really due to the clustering of negative particles around a positive one. The positive particles seeming to exert a certain influence upon the negative particles, causing the latter to assume certain combinations and thus create or generate an atom. Two things, antinomies interacting, opposites interacting of equal force, producing a third thing of a higher nature. This is in line with the most ancient Hermetic teachings, which have always identified the masculine principle of gender with the positive and the feminine with the negative. And this is not a judgment, like this is good and this is bad. It's not it. Like poles of electricity, not moral or ethical. Now, a word at this point regarding this identification. The public mind has, well, I think he's going to say what I just said, has formed an entirely erroneous impression regarding the qualities of so-called negative pole or electrified or magnetized matter. The terms positive and negative are very wrongly applied to this phenomenon of science. I think that consciousness is produced when the two poles of the electromagnetic wave interact, and the field that comes from it is how it is consciousness, basically. Yeah, I mean, fairy dust is good. I'll blow a line of fairy dust with you if you want. We could even boof it. The latest scientific teachings are that the creative particles or electrons are feminine. Oh, wait. No, I skipped a bunch. Where are we at? The word positive tends to mean something real and strong as compared with the negative unreality or weakness. Nothing is further from the real facts of electrical phenomena. The so-called negative pole of the battery is the pole in and by which the generation or production of new forms and energies is manifested. There's nothing negative about it in that sense. The best scientific authorities now use the word cathode in place of negative. The word cathode coming from the Greek root meaning descent, the path of generation. From the cathode pole emerge the swarms of electrons or particles. From the same pole emerge these wonderful rays, which have revolutionized scientific conceptions during the past decade. The cathode pole is the mother of all the strange phenomena which have rendered useless the old textbooks, and which have caused many long accepted theories to be relegated to the scrap pile of scientific speculation, just as the spare parts of those lost in the abyss are compiled by the demon Karanzan in order to manufacture the gods of the future. Get real. The cathode or negative pole is the mother principle of electrical phenomena and of the finest forms of matter as yet known to science. So you see, we are justified in refusing to use the term negative in our consideration of the subject and insisting upon substituting the word feminine for the old term. The facts of the case bear us out in this without taking the Hermetic teachings into consideration. And so we shall use the word feminine in the place of negative in speaking of that pole of activity. The latest scientific teachings are that the creative particles or electrons are feminine. Science says they are composed of negative electricity. We say they are composed of feminine energy. A feminine particle becomes detached from, or rather leaves, a masculine particle and starts on a new career. It actively seeks a union with the masculine particle, being urged thereto by the natural impulse to create new forms of matter or energy. One writer goes so far as to use the term, it at once seeks of its own volition a union. This detachment and uniting, one soul divided for the sake of union, bases the greater part of the activities of the chemical world. When the feminine particle unites with a masculine particle, a certain process is begun. The feminine particles vibrate rapidly under the influence of the masculine energy and circle rapidly around the latter. The result is the birth of a new atom. From the interaction of two things of equal and opposite antinomical, a third thing of a higher nature emerges. The result is the birth of a new atom. This new atom is really composed of a union of the masculine and feminine electrons or corpuscles. And when the union is formed, the atom is a separate thing, having certain properties, but no longer manifesting the property of free electricity. There is one thing in the universe doing one thing. It's not just male and female. You impregnate the female. Particles are doing the same thing, and all of this really challenges the whole materialist paradigm. I mean, here's the crazy thing too. People that would write this book off, like most of them know this, you know, like they have at least some sort of basis of understanding of it. It's a really bizarre thing, you know, how determined people are to remain entrenched in their, holy shit, 2,427 views. What the fuck? That is crazy. That's never happened before. I mean, actually, I had one when I first started the channel that had 14,000 people. That was crazy. But it didn't happen again because I got demonetized, and then they deprioritize you. This detachment and uniting forms the, where are we at? Investing in property for electricity. This new atom is really composed of a union of the masculine and feminine electrons or particles, but when the union is formed, the atom is a separate thing, having certain properties, but no longer manifesting the property of free electricity. The process of detachment or separation of the feminine electrons is called ionization. These electrons or corpuscles are the most active workers in nature's field, arising from the unions or combination manifesting the varied phenomena of light, heat, electricity, magnetism, attraction, repulsion, chemical affinity, and the reverse, and similar phenomena. All this arises from the operation of the principle of gender. On the plane of energy, the part of the masculine principle seems to be that of directing a certain inherent energy toward the feminine principle, and thus starting into activity the creative process. But the feminine principle is the one always doing the active creative work, and this is so on all planes, and yet each principle is incapable of operative energy without the assistance of the other. Now, this is exactly the opposite of how I understand all of this. The active principle is masculine, and the potential is the feminine. So, once again, I'm totally at odds with this interpretation. And in fact, the negative charge implies that. So I'm not, doesn't track again. Although the overall concept is definitely, totally correct. In some of the forms of life, the two principles are combined in one organism. For that matter, everything in the organic world manifests both genders to some extent. There's always the masculine present in the feminine form, and the feminine form in the masculine. The Hermetic teachings include much regarding the operation of the two principles of gender and the production and manifestation of various forms of energy. But we do not deem it expedient to go into detail regarding the same at this point, because we are unable to back up the same with scientific proof for the reason that science has not yet progressed this far. But the example we have given you of the phenomena of the electrons or particles will show you that science is on the right path, and we will also give you a general idea of the underlying principles. Some leading scientific investigators have announced their belief that in the formation of crystals there was to be found something that corresponds to sex activity, which is another straw showing the direction the scientific winds are blowing, and each year will bring other facts to corroborate the correctness of the Hermetic principle of gender. It will be found that gender is in constant operation and manifestation in the field of organic matter and in the field of energy or force. And one way that I like to think about this is that, if you look at the spectrum, right, you have the bushest bull dyke in the history of bull dykes, crew cut, mustache, without any hormones. You know what I mean? I'm talking about naturally. And then you have guys that are so effeminate that they're like more effeminate than like 80% of women. It's absolutely true that everything in the universe exists on a spectrum, and then there are vectors within those spectrums. So you have, someone that has this much wealth, they're like here on the spectrum, and then that intersects with like this much femininity, and you know what I mean? And there's all these other vectors that give rise to all these different possibilities by combining in all these different geometries. Really, they're geometrical intersections. Some leading scientific, okay, crystals and shit. The electrical theory of the universe is the latest scientific doctrine and is growing rapidly in popularity and general acceptance. And that's still true to this day, because this whole thing with Michael Levin and the field of, the electromagnetic field actually having more to do with evolution than DNA. It's electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie, woogie. And it thus follows that if we are able to discover in the phenomena of electricity, even at the very root and source of its manifestations, a clear and unmistakable evidence of the presence of gender and its activities, we are justified in asking you to believe that science at last has offered proofs of the existence in all universal phenomena of the great Hermetic principle, the principle of gender. We don't need science to do that. It's pretty easy to observe. I don't know who has trouble realizing that water is very obviously feminine. Everything about it is, I don't think people have a difficult time understanding the point is male and the circle is female. Here's another one. The exclamation point is male and the question is female, and the mystery is associated with the feminine, and the, directive exclamation like that. Straight, and boxy, like, it's in everything. And we even subconsciously imbue our symbols with properties that are associated with the things that it's expressing. It's not necessary to take up your time with the well-known phenomena of the attraction and repulsion of the atoms, chemical affinity, loves and hates of the atomic particles, the attraction or cohesion between the molecules of matter. These facts are too well known to need extended comment from us. Well, then shut up about it. But have you ever considered that all these things are manifestations of the gender principle? Can you not see the phenomena is on all fours, ready and willing, with that of the particles or electrons? And more than this, can you not see the reasonableness of the Hermetic teachings, which assert that the very law of gravitation, that strange attraction by reason of which all particles and bodies of matter in the universe tend toward each other, is but another manifestation of the principle of gender, which operates in the direction of attracting the masculine to the feminine energies and vice versa? We cannot offer you scientific proof of this at this time, but unless you're fucking stupid, you can probably see it. Submit all physical phenomena to the test, and you will discern the principle of gender ever in evidence. Let us now pass on to consideration of the operation of the principle of the mental plane. Fuck me. Many interesting features are there awaiting examination. Damn, y'all. 1220. All right. Chapter fucking like 7 billion. Mental gender now. Students of psychology who have followed the modern trend of thought along the lines of mental phenomena are struck dead by the persistence of the dual mind idea, which has manifested itself so strongly during the past 10 or 15 years. What were the past 10 or 15 years? 1900. Bastard son of fat house and whores. Bastard son of... I don't think I get it. Student of... What the fuck is going on? The late Thomas J. Hudson attained great popularity in 1893 by advancing his well-known theory of the objective and subjective mind, which he held existed in every individual. Other writers have attracted almost equal attention by the theories regarding the conscious and subconscious minds and the voluntary and involuntary minds, the active and passive minds, etc., etc. The theories of the various writers differ almost out of blueberries. The various writers differ from each other, and there remains the underlying principle of the duality of mind. The student of Hermetic philosophy is tempted to smile when he reads and hears of these many new theories regarding the duality of mind. The student turns back the pages of occult history, and way back in the dim beginnings of occult teachings he finds the references. to the ancient Hermetic doctrine of the principle of gender on the mental plane, the manifestation of mental gender. And examining further, he finds that the ancient philosophy took cognizance of the phenomena of the dual mind. And what that is a reference to is that in the beginning, God made a big mistake. First, he created man. Then he created woman. But then he fucked up. You know how he fucked up? He invented the poodle, which in the beginning was a regular looking kind of dog. It had the normal sort of haircut that is accepted today, rather than the disco look that he eventually would acquire. And one day when the man was very tired from having his job because the woman told him to get out of the Garden of Eden and go out and find some work. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Not a speck of cereal for my dog. What I was really actually saying is that the idea is that in the beginning there was this nothingness. Nothing became conscious, making a bad bargain. Then it acquired love, a worse bargain. And what love really is, when people say the universe is made of love, they don't mean like human love. It's the attraction, it's the pulling together of the masculine and feminine energies that he's talking about fundamentally. And so when we had the original unity, which was nothingness, because if you have a thing and you have space, you have two things. So the great paradox began as the fact that the only possible unity is nothing. That is why the word none is one with the n to negate the one. You know, it's the only way it can exist. But when this thing became conscious, that split the one, because now there's thought and there's electromagnetism. And so it divided. And now we have masculine and feminine. And so when he was talking about how the student of the occult goes way back to the beginning of occult knowledge, that's what he was referencing, that this one mind split into two, and those two pieces basically became the polarities, the darkness and light, the masculine, the feminine, the mystery and the resolution of the mystery, and so on and so forth. Passive mind, active mind, subjective mind, objective mind, subconscious mind, and voluntary mind. Of course, the Hermetic teachings do not agree with the many theories regarding the nature of the two phases of mind, nor does it admit many of the facts claimed for the two respective aspects, some of the said theories and claims being very far-fetched and incapable of standing the test of experiment and demonstration. We point to the phases of agreement merely for the purpose of helping the student to assimilate his previously acquired knowledge with the students of the Hermetic philosophy. Students of Hudson will notice the statement at the beginning of his second chapter of the Law of Psychic Phenomena that the mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophers discloses the same general idea, the duality of mind. If Dr. Hudson had taken the time and trouble to decipher a little of the mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophy, he might have received much light upon the subject of the dual mind, but then, perhaps, his most interesting work might not have been written. Let us now consider the Hermetic teachings regarding mental gender. The Hermetic teachings impart their instruction regarding this subject by bidding their students examine the report of their consciousness regarding their self. The students are bidden to turn their attention inward upon the self dwelling within each. Each student is led to see that his consciousness gives him first a report of the existence of his self. The report is, I am, eheye in Hebrew. This at first seems to be the final words from the consciousness, but a little further examination discloses the fact that this I am may be separated or split into two distinct parts or aspects. And there he goes referencing that again. I guess, Kabbalistic or Jewish mystical idea is that the word, the first thought of this consciousness when it, became aware was eheye, which is I am that I am. So he's saying, the individual realizes, looks inside and says, I am, and that that fact may be split into two distinct parts. So that's a reference to the original realization, I am, and the splitting of the original consciousness into two parts. While at first there seems to be only an I existing, a more careful and closer examination reveals the fact that there exists an I and a me. These mental twins differ in their characteristics and nature, and an examination of their nature and the phenomena arising from the same will throw much light upon many of the problems of mental influence. Let us begin with a consideration of the me, which is usually mistaken for the I by the student, until he presses the inquiry a little further back into the recesses of consciousness. A man thinks of his self in its aspect of me as being composed of certain feelings, tastes, likes, dislikes, habits, peculiar ties, characteristics, etc., all of which go to make up his personality or the self known to himself and others. He knows that these emotions and feelings change, are born and die away, are subject to the principle of rhythm and the principle of polarity, which take him from one extreme of feeling to another. He also thinks of the me as being certain knowledge gathered together in his mind, and thus forming a part of himself. This is the me of a man. But we have proceeded too hastily. The me of many men may be said to consist largely of their consciousness of the body and their physical appetites. Their consciousness being largely bound up with their bodily nature, they practically live there. Some men go so far as to regard their personal apparel as a part of their me, and actually seem to consider it a part of themselves. A writer has humorously said that men consist of three parts: soul, body, and clothes. These clothes-conscious people would lose their personality if divested of their clothing by savages upon the occasion of a shipwreck. But even many who are not so closely bound up with the idea of personal raiment stick closely to their consciousness of their bodies being their me. They cannot conceive of a self independent of the body. Their mind seems to them to be practically a something belonging to their body, in which in many cases it is indeed. But as man rises in the scale of consciousness, he is able to disentangle his me from his idea of body, and is able to think of his body as belonging to the mental part of him. But even then, he is very apt to identify the me entirely with mental states, feelings, etc., which he feels to exist within him. He is very apt to consider these internal states as identical with himself, instead of their being simply things produced by some part of his mentality and existing within him, of him, and in him, but still not himself. He sees that he may change these internal states of feelings by an effort of will, and that he may produce a feeling or state of an exactly opposite nature in the same way, using his will, and yet that same me exists. And so after a while, he is able to set aside these various mental states, emotions, feelings, habits, qualities, characteristics, and other personal mental belongings. He is able to set them aside in the not me collection of curiosities, encumbrances, as well as valuable possessions. This requires much mental concentration and power of mental analysis on the part of the student, but still the task is possible for the advanced student, and even those not so far advanced are able to see in the imagination how the process may be performed. So basically, we are talking about ego death to an extent. And after that, it appears we have a whole lot of saying the same stuff over and over again. So we have finally arrived at the last chapter, and since we have made it this fucking far, it has been 3 hours and 43 minutes. We have had 2,500 viewers. Please hit the like button, share, subscribe, consider joining our Patreon, and email Mail Lamborghini. Luckily, Elon Musk just landed a tiny spaceship on my desk and gave me a couple of 5 Xanax. I boofed 2 and ate 3. So hopefully I can make it through chapter 15 before they kick in. The possession of knowledge, unless accompanied by a manifestation and expressed in an action, is like the hoarding of precious metals, a vain and foolish thing. And I just mentioned Elon Musk. These are the Hermetic axioms summarized. And so the possession of knowledge, unless accompanied by a manifestation and expressed in an action, the most complete set of talents and virtues, is totally useless in the absence of willpower and discipline. The Hermetic teachings, while always having been kept securely locked up in the minds of the fortunate possessors thereof, for reasons which we have already stated, were never intended to be merely stored away and secreted. The law of use is dwelt upon in the teachings, as you may see by reference in the above quotation from the Kybalion, which states it forcibly. Knowledge without use and expression is a vain thing, bringing no good to its possessor or to the human race. Beware of mental miserliness, and express into action that which you have learned. Study the axioms and aphorisms, but practice them also. We give below some of the more important Hermetic axioms from the Kybalion, with a few comments added to each. Make these your own, practice and use them, for they are not really your own until you have used them. To change your mood or mental state, change your vibration, and your greatest ally in this effort is your will. Yes, I am still using the same PayPal account, which means I am absolutely at the mercy of someone else. But I think it's all good. Yeah, definitely still using the same PayPal account. And I appreciate all 2,500 of you that sent $100 tonight. That really is going to get me through at least the rest of the week. Barely, but cheers. But here's the thing: the breath is your only ally in this, and I don't know if this. Yep, that is correct. If this analogy is really the best, but when I have to transmute my state, inhalation, retaining the breath, with focusing on what needs to be imprinted, and then exhaling the opposite, the negative, and the fourfold breath is very effective. But there's also a method of like breathing in, and in the same way that when you blow on coals, they get hot, it's kind of the reverse of that. Like you feel the breath kind of tickling the negative feelings and sort of turning it into a positive tingling. That's difficult to describe, but that to change your mood or mental state, change your vibration, that's what I tend to do, is use the breath in that fashion. One may change his mental vibrations by an effort of will in the direction of deliberately fixing the attention upon a more desirable state. And magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will, and any change can be effected by the proper kind and degree of force through the proper medium to the proper object. That's it. That's the formula. Any failure proves that the postulate, one or more constituents of the postulate have not been fulfilled. That's it. Will directs the attention, and attention changes the vibration. Cultivate the art of attention by means of the will, and you have solved the secret of the mastery of moods and mental states. To destroy an undesirable rate of mental vibration, put into operation the principle of polarity and concentrate upon the opposite pole to that which you desire to suppress. Kill out the undesirable by changing its polarity. This is one of the most important of the Hermetic formulas. It is based upon true scientific principles. We have shown you that a mental state and its opposite were merely two poles of the same thing, and that by mental transmutation, the polarity might be reversed. This principle is known to modern psychologists who apply it to the breaking up of undesirable habits by bidding their students concentrate upon the opposite quality. If you are possessed of fear, do not waste time trying to kill out fear, but instead cultivate the quality of courage, and the fear will disappear. Some writers have expressed this idea more forcibly by using the illustration of a dark room. You do not have to shovel out or sweep out the darkness, but by merely opening the shutters and letting in the light, the darkness disappears. To kill out a negative quality, concentrate upon the positive of that same quality, and the vibrations will gradually change from negative to positive, until finally you'll become polarized on the positive pole instead of the negative. The reverse is also true, as many have found out to their sorrow when they have allowed themselves to vibrate too constantly on the negative pole of things. By changing your polarity you may master your moods, change your mental states, remake your disposition, and build up character. Much of the mental mastery of the advanced Hermetics is due to this application of polarity, which is one of the important aspects of mental transmutation. Remember the Hermetic axiom, quoted previously, which says, mind, as well as metals and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree, condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration. The mastery of polarization is the mastery of the fundamental principles of mental transmutation and mental alchemy. For unless one acquires the art of changing his own polarity, he will be unable to affect his environment. And if your will is divided, a nation that rages against itself in civil war is in no condition to invade other nations or to defend itself. One must have absolute fixity upon the object of the true will. Rhythm may be neutralized by an application of the art of polarization. This goes back to that idea that most people cancel out all of their progress, one step forward, one step back, and remembering to track and measure and analyze and anticipate. As we have explained in previous chapters, the Hermeticists hold the principle of rhythm manifests on the mental plane as well as on the physical plane, and that the bewildering succession of moods, feelings, emotions, and other mental states are due to the backward and forward swing of the mental pendulum, which carries us from one extreme of feeling to the other. The Hermeticists also teach that the law of neutralization enables one, to a great extent, to overcome the operation of rhythm in consciousness. As we have explained, there is a higher plane of consciousness, as well as an ordinary lower plane, and the master, by rising mentally to the higher plane, causes the swing of the mental pendulum to manifest on the lower plane, and he, dwelling on his higher plane, escapes the consciousness of the swing backward. This is effected by polarizing on the higher self, and thus raising the mental vibration of the ego above those of the ordinary plane of consciousness. It is akin to rising above a thing and allow it to pass beneath you. The advanced Hermeticist polarizes himself at the positive pole of his being, the I am pole, rather than the pole of personality, and by refusing and denying the operation of rhythm, raises himself above its plane of consciousness, and standing firm in his statement of being, he allows the pendulum to swing back on the lower plane without changing his polarity. This is accomplished by all individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery, whether they understand the law or not. Such persons simply refuse to allow themselves to be swung back by the pendulum of mood and emotion, and by steadfastly affirming the superiority, they remain polarized on the positive pole. The master, of course, attains a far greater degree of proficiency, because he understands the law which he is overcoming by a higher law, and by the use of his will, he attains a degree of poise and mental steadfastness almost impossible of belief on the part of those who allow themselves to be swung back and forth by the mental pendulum of mood and feelings. Remember always that you do not really destroy the principle of rhythm, for that is indestructible. You simply overcome one law by counterbalancing it with another, and thus maintain an equilibrium. You have the inertia of the universe to assist you. The laws of balance and counterbalance are in operation on the mental as well as physical planes, and an understanding of these laws enables one to seem to overthrow laws, whereas he is merely exerting a counterbalance. Nothing escapes the principle of cause and effect, but there are many planes of causation, and one may use the laws of the higher to overcome the laws of the lower. By an understanding of the practice of polarization, the Hermeticists rise to a higher plane of causation, and thus counterbalance the laws of the lower planes of causation. By rising above the plane of ordinary causes, they become themselves, in a degree, causes instead of merely being caused. By being able to master their own moods and feelings, and by being able to neutralize rhythm, as we have already explained, they are able to escape a great part of the operations of cause and effect on the ordinary plane. The masses of people are carried along, obedient to their environment, the wills and desires of others, stronger than themselves, the effects of inherited tendencies, the suggestions of those about them, and other outward causes which tend to move them about on the chessboard of life like pawns. By rising above these influencing causes, the advanced Hermeticist seeks a higher plane of mental action, and by dominating their moods, emotions, impulses, and feelings, They create for themselves new characters, qualities, and powers by which they overcome their mundane environment, and thus become practically players instead of pawns. Such people help to play the game of life, instead of being moved about this way and that by stronger influences and powers and wills. They use the principle of cause and effect instead of being used by it. Of course, even the highest are subject to the principle as it manifests on the higher planes, but on the lower planes of activity, they are masters instead of slaves. As the Kybalion says, the wise ones serve on the higher, but rule on the lower. They obey the laws coming from above them, but on their own plane, and those below them, they rule and give orders. And yet in doing so, they form a part of the principle instead of opposing it. The wise man falls in with law, and by understanding its movements, he operates it instead of being its blind slave. Just as does the skilled swimmer turn this way and that way, going and coming as he will, instead of being as the log which is carried here and there. So is the wise man as compared to the ordinary man. And yet both swimmer and log, wise man and fool, are subject to the same laws. He who understands this is well on the road to mastery. In conclusion, let us again call your attention to the Hermetic axiom. True Hermetic transmutation is a mental art. The Kybalion. In the above axiom, the Hermeticists teach that the great work of influencing one's environment is accomplished by mental power. The universe being wholly mental, it follows that it may be ruled only by mentality. State of mind is everything. And in this truth is to be found an explanation of all the phenomena and manifestation of the various mental powers which are attracting so much attention and study in these earlier years of the 20th century. Behind and under the teachings of various occult schools remains ever constant the principle of the mental substance of the universe. If the universe is mental in its substantial nature, then it follows that mental transmutation must change the conditions and phenomena of the universe. If the universe is mental, then mind must be the highest power affecting its phenomena. If this be understood, then all miracles and wonder workings are seen plainly for what they are. The all is mind, and the universe is mental. It's fucking mental. No doubt about that. Why are there two live streams? Because the vertical one goes in the shorts feed, and this one is horizontal. And so some people prefer the horizontal one, and I don't like to watch vertical, so it's just so that I can reach a bigger audience, basically. Well, then go to sleep, dude. No, you don't have to stay up. You can watch it tomorrow if you want to finish it. Damn, man, I almost thought we were going to make it to 3,000 Xanax or not. It was just a joke. I noticed a bunch of people dropped off when I made the Xanax joke. I mean, give me a fucking break, man. Like, gotta have a sense of humor, you know? Satan's Guide to the Bible. Oh man, did I tell you guys about the cult thing that happened? Oh, way earlier with Illuminostic Mind, the sister channel. She hit me up about this cult, and then when I got home, she sent me another message, and the cult sent me a message right behind her. And you'd think like maybe she was like in on it or something, like maybe she's like with the cult. But no, she wasn't like promoting it. She's like, man, they're fucking wackadoodles and blah, blah, blah. It was not related. It was not related, but it was the same cult from Netflix that she was telling me about. I was coming back from Cusco. And I got home and she sent me a message, and right behind it, boop, you know, another notification. And it was the cult that she was talking about earlier. I'm trying to get me to sign up. Dude is like, I will be your ascension coach. No, bro. Satan is my motor coach. Ascension coach? Yeah, actually, I'll tell you what that was from. I was just watching this Casey Rocket skit, and he's like, I'm going to plan my next relapse. It'll be my 50th birthday. and there'll be like all my grandkids there, and I'll spin them around like a helicopter until they vomit all over the place, but I'm fine with that. I'm used to it. And then who comes in the door? Dan Marino from the ex-quarterback from the Miami Dolphins, and he sails a crack pipe, perfect spiral. I jump up, catch it between my teeth. My training is paid off. And then Elon Musk lands in a little miniature spaceship and gives him 5 Xanax, and he boofs 2, eats 3, and now we're really cooking. And then he's like, and I start smoking crack in front of all my loved ones. They're what? Terrified. It was hilarious, man. I almost remember the entire thing. Yeah, that's what that was from. I watched a ton of that guy's stand up the other day because it just reminded me so much of my own just completely loony, freewheeling, abstract, psychedelic, bizarre humor. And I mentioned this in the last stream, but my partner didn't appreciate it. So when I was watching it, I realized that it had suppressed my sense of humor, and then I realized that he had opened the set by singing "This Is How You Remind Me of What I Really Am." It was just really mind-blowing. So I think because of all that, it's been stuck in my head for a few days. Okay, so it's almost 1 a.m, but I probably can't sleep for another 30 minutes or so. So if you guys have anything you want to pop into the chat that you would like me to riff on, or questions about plant medicine or the fucking devil or Xanax, or Jesus or the Grateful Dead or Cradle of Filth or Casey Rocket or Bieber. I'm actually a Bieber scholar, in case you guys didn't know. I'm going to get some yogurt and some water, and then I'll come back and see if there's anything in the chat, and if not... Actually, I think, yep, something just crashed. That's too bad. I don't know if I can reboot that. Yep. Sure can. Whoa. 4-hour stream. So weird to be cold after 6 years in the jungle, 5 years in the jungle. I haven't been cold in so long, and right now my toes are cold. In case y'all were wondering. All right, so let me check out the chat. I don't see anything. Nobody has anything for me. I got Indian cheese. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Anything helps. Obviously I put in 4 hours tonight. YouTube's not going to pay me for anything, so I appreciate each and every one of you. Is the screen frozen? Oh, Michelle. Seems like it's been a while. Good to see you in the chat. DMT breath work. I did freeze. Have I unfreezed? Oh, hold on. I can unfreeze. I got tricks. I got tricks. My son is going to have a baby this summer. Dude, how in the fuck is that going to happen? Oh, you mean he got some girl pregnant? Okay, I got you. Yeah, I know I'm back. But anyways, you guys, thank you so much for spending this time with me. There are all sorts of options to support me in the chat. Yeah, all right. Well, I guess I better go to bed because my computer is like glitching. Why is it so easy to do horrible things, and why are there people who are giving pain to others? Fair question, I suppose. I wonder why my camera's freezing. Doesn't need to do that. Well, there is an answer. I mean, I can answer this from a hermetic point of view, but not from like a sane human point of view. You know, these are very different. Um, the ew, cockroach! Get out of here! Um, you know what? I haven't had water, running water in this place in 3 days, and they told me today it's going to be at least 7 more days. What am I going to do? Like 10 days with no running water? That's just insane. Anyways, so, you know, why is there even never finished? Creates good, and good creates evil. So, um, um, that's just the reality of it. Every single thing has a point and a purpose and a function and is necessity. The law of necessity governs above almost all other law. If a thing is, it is because it must be. Did I freeze again? It says I don't have enough bit rate or something. I don't get it. Yeah. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. And I'll see you tomorrow night, probably.